It's Blake and Darren's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
Cayman's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Well, good morning, Sandy. Happy Black
Hey, good morning, Blake and Aaron. Happy Friday. Happy Black Friday. How are you guys doing?
We are good. Hey, your levels are a little bit hotter this morning. That's nice. I like that.
Really?
Yeah, that's good.
Messing around.
That's good.
Fixing stuff.
It's a puzzle some mornings, so
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
Christmas miracle.
that's good though. That's what you want.
Black Friday miracle. Maybe the computer knew that I was looking for a good replacement today, and it's like getting a bit scared.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah.
It is.
What do you got for us this morning?
Right. So, big news in the world of politics this morning. We have Deputy Speaker. Oh gosh, Kathy Wilkes, whose sources tell us exclusively, will be put forward to be Speaker today. They're having a special meeting of Parliament, and her name will be put forward for the position. Now, this comes after she had denied.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't you deny the...
Yeah, that she even wanted the position. It turns out we were right after all. So that'll be interesting. In terms of Deputy Speaker, the one name that I've heard that is likely to be put forward for that is Dwayne John Seymour from Bodden Town. So we'll see. You know, you never know what the opposition might have up their sleeve. Hopefully they'll show up this time. But we'll continue to keep an eye on the situation.
Okay.
The tourism grant program has come to an end. So this was for tourism-related businesses. The government had initiated a number of COVID relief programs, and this was actually one of them. So the Ministry of Investment, Innovation, and Social Development has confirmed that it has basically ended the program. So if you were a part of that program, you'll know that it was what they say successful and innovative pilot program that launched in September and October of 2021. And it allocated to Caymanian-owned businesses that are involved in water sports, land tour operators, basically supplementary funding to assist them during, the tough times. But I hear that tourism is doing well and, things are back on the upswing. So hopefully it will stay there and there won't be any further concerns, any further COVID part 2 or 5 or 6 or whatever on the horizon.
I'm sure there's that, but also, people reading stories about crime doesn't help them wanting to, too. So
yeah,
it's not always just a pandemic to think about.
Well, speaking of crime, I mean, the region is, this is still the safest place. Honduras has just announced that it is going into state of emergency because of the gang-related crimes and murders. TCI having a really, really hard time. I mean, substantial. Even a tourist got killed there, some months back. And Jamaica issued multiple states of emergency. One person said, is the prime minister's plan, this is Jamaica now, is his plan, his crime prevention plan, or, crime, not really prevention, but just managing crime, just to issue states of emergencies because it looks like that's the only thing that they're able to do. It's kind of a sad indictment, but the world over is crazy. I mean, I don't want to walk into Walmart right now after what happened this week. So I don't know, Aaron. It's a tough world out there.
Well, in the Walmart situation, you wouldn't have wanted to work there.
Right. Thank goodness, sort of. Yeah.
I don't want to be a customer or
work in Walmart.
All right.
Not to say anything wrong with that.
About that.
You know what? I low key love a Walmart. I really do.
No.
All right.
Tarjay all the way in this studio.
Exactly.
Yeah. But for certain little things, man, I'm like, Walmart's a place to go. All right. UCCI has been awarded a world recognized NCCER accreditation. So congratulations to the folks over at UCCI. Obviously, this would have been in the works before their new president came on board, but it's the National Center for Construction Education and Research. So this is fantastic because, of course, this is part of their TVET program, which I know they're very, very keen to let people know that they offer, courses and qualifications in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, plumbing and electrical construction technology, solar, photovoltaic systems, yes, and construction project management. So go talk to the folks over at UCCI. Oh my goodness, if you're interested in any of those TVET programs.
You got a little bit of that gravy from yesterday stuck in your throat.
I know. I wish. So the RCIPS has said that staff attended a women in policing conference in London, which is fantastic. They sent a number of their staff members. It's a leadership course, apparently, that was, or leadership conference rather, that was being offered there. And it's an annual conference that seeks to provide current and future female leaders in the field of policing with the skills needed to achieve success in their unique positions within what is traditionally considered a male-dominated, which is traditionally a male-dominated field. So congratulations to those 3 police officers who were able to go. Congrats to the RCIPS for recognizing the value of women on the force.
Yeah, I saw you posted up a video too of someone filmed someone lurking around their patio at night.
Oh, yes, honey
So people should be
child.
looking out for that in the Prospect area.
Yeah, and everybody already has identified who he is, so that's good news.
That's what I was gonna figure because he looked right at the camera.
Yeah, didn't take long to ID him. So I figure if the general public can ID him, surely the police must know who he is as well.
Yes, they can, and don't call me Shirley. All right, Sandy, thank you so much for the Friday headlines.
All right.
You can catch their show right now on Bobo 89.1 FM. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, our segment was.
Oh, I forgot to hit the link for the radio. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, everybody. It's Friday. Happy Friday.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, fever grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right. Good morning, good folks. Wagwan. It's so interesting that Blake said I'm coming in hot this morning on the microphone. If that's the case, I need to figure out why. He said it sounds good. All right. I keep writing down all these settings. I keep resetting everything and following the instructions and still can't figure it out. I don't know, honey chill. I don't know. But anyway, how's everybody doing? Everybody's good today? Happy Friday. Happy Black Friday, by the way. I don't know what kind of Black Friday deals are about. Are you guys out? Yeah, you guys out and about? Yeah. Okay, well, we got lots to talk about as usual. Let me just see. Okay. All right, big shout out to Chuck Taylor. Hey, Chuck, you make it possible for me to do this crazy thing every morning. Where did I put my phone already? There it is. So beautiful day. Thank you guys so much. I'm getting news all morning about stuff that's shaken. I see Renee needs me to just kind of give something she's written a second eye. And now is not the time to do it, because one thing I've noticed is the brain has a difficult time talking about something different and then reading something terribly different as well. There's just some things that you cannot multitask, folks. Trust me, the brain is like, huh? That ain't going to work, mama. It ain't going to work. So I was hoping that I could have gotten it before the show started. But you know what? I'm going to have somebody else look it over for me. I'm going to send it to somebody else and say, can you eye this over for accuracy? Okay. Oops. Can you review for accuracy, please? and I'm already on air. So I can't talk and read and all that good stuff. Read something different at the same time. All right, so I do, believe it or not, yes, Chuck, I got you. Brain fog. All right. Things always pop up in the most miraculous way for my mornings, Like I purposely try to organize it so that when I get up, the only thing I need to focus on, folks, is getting on air. That's my job. That's my morning job. It's Murphy's Law, though. It's always like, yeah, we're gonna just ensure that we throw you a little curveball every once in a while. It's all right. We're good to go, folks. We are good to go. Just sending out my links now because, of course, I got my WhatsApp people like, oh, where are you? We can't find you. So, yes. Okay, beautiful morning today, I do believe. There was a 3-car accident in the Spots Newlands area. I don't know how quickly that may have been sorted. But you know what that means. Yesterday evening, same thing. There was an accident in the area as well, coming east. Oh, Lord. The poor people living out east, including myself, we are tortured on a regular basis with these car accidents and road closures and anything that puts a little bit of a dent in the traffic situation is undoubtedly going to cause a backup. And some are worse than others. So the Pirates Week one, I've never seen anything like that in my life, really. Oh, Lord. Even in Miami, like I've never, like lived in the States, I've never seen anything like that. Like that was very, very unique. But at the end of the day, the little traffic accident yesterday, it was moving. It was just moving at a much slower rate. Now, what I thought to myself is it's quite unbelievable, to be honest, that everybody's stuck in this together. And then there are people out there who are trying to find a way around the situation. They were cutting through Spots, what's it called? Savannah Meadows. And so a lot of people who live in Savannah Meadows are like, Sandy, we're so sick and tired of these people. We posted a video. I posted a video because I was like, I'm not letting y'all in when you're trying to get back in. I still ended up letting one person in. I was not going to. I was going to be a Scrooge. But yeah, in the end, I let them in. But that's the problem, right? They end up slowing things down even more by trying to cut through developments like Spots Newlands. Just stay in the main traffic like everybody else. The 30 seconds you're going to save on the one end and frustrate people on the other end simply isn't worth it, right? Oh my goodness. I was just like, these people. And then one poor guy, he messaged and he's like, oh, I was in a government truck, but trust me, I wasn't cutting through. I was actually down in there doing something. I'm like, honey child, this is my philosophy. If you weren't doing anything wrong, then don't worry about it. The truth will prevail. All right, let's do a little bit of housekeeping before we get into politics. We've got a segment of Cayman Voices that's coming up today as well. So make sure y'all get tuned in for that. I know you guys love the Cayman Voices segments. This one is chock full of Cayman history. So yesterday we were talking about, the history of things like Thanksgiving and Black Friday. And, we need to ensure that we also know our own history. The history of just history in general is often passed down through oral means. And that's why storytelling, things like storytelling, is really, really important. You've had like stories, I'm sure, in your family that, has been passed on from one generation to the next. We've got Miss Vernita in the house. She says, blessed good morning, angels, TGIF. Irvelyn is here. She says, happy Black Friday, everyone. Olivia has it locked. Felicia says, good morning, Sandy. And Olivia said, good morning to all. Miss Alice is in the house. saying good morning, Sandy, and everyone. Happy Friday. Wee wagwan. Wee's here. Sunday morning greetings, Miss Barbara. Wishing everybody a great weekend. Gabby is excited. She is bottle popping, glass clinking, and blowing of the horn for TGIF. Richard is in the house. Richard Newton. We got more than one Richard that always pops in. Thank you so much, Richard. And of course, Miss Bonnie is listening, joining us from East End. So, yes, very good. I definitely need to go to Amazon today to see if there's anything breaking with Black Friday specials, sorry. Now they tell me deals related to your views. So one item here is 9% off. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it's a couple dollars. Okay. So it's like less than $3 soft cover versus hardcover. This might be a good gift actually for Christmas. All right, I'm gonna get 2 of these for a Christmas basket. You got to be careful with Amazon because they have this subscription thing where they'll send you every couple months, and it seems to default to that when you're selecting certain items. So make sure you're looking carefully before you hit that add to cart, because all of a sudden now you're going to be ordering something every couple. Depends on what it is. They try to figure out how frequently you might need it. So that particular item there was cleaning every couple of months, whatever. They have this whole Amazon Live thing where they have influencers review products and talk about products and whatever. And they always have very, very interesting videos. So they've got this lady. She seems to be very popular. She's got 6.9 thousand people watching her today. Looks like she's doing a lot of like skin and makeup products. So they've got a laptop, an Apple MacBook Air coming up. Ooh, that one's a good deal, $200 off. Black Friday deal, not too shabby. I do like this facial cleansing brush. What? How much is this? Oh, honey child, no. Anti-age face massager enhances absorption in facial skincare products for clean and healthy. $153. I thought this was like a little $5 facial brush. What am I paying $153 for? A facial brush that's going to do what exactly? Child, that better reverse me by 10 years. Oh my gosh. Clinically proven to remove up to 99.5% of dirt, oil, and sweat. It's like an electric one, apparently. Up to 650 uses from a single USB charge. Oh. Or you? I don't know about that. $153, I better be doing some dishes. No, sir. Huh. I want to see if can radio folks, can y'all hear that background audio? Talking about you need to download some app. Oh Lord. What's the app gonna tell you? It's time to go wash your face? The world of apps, I tell you, is pretty crazy. I must admit that oftentimes I have to wonder. I've got one now for like the electric toothbrushes, which actually isn't a bad idea because it tells you when to keep brushing. Because the number one issue with people is that they don't brush long enough. Some of y'all be brushing so hard. My husband's a hard brusher. I'm like, why are you brushing so hard? You don't have to brush that hard to get it clean. It's the frequency with which you brush, like 3 times a day versus twice a day, can make a big difference. And also, electric toothbrushes are better than a manual toothbrush because they have their own little, vibration and gyration movement. And then the length of time that you're actually brushing, which a lot of people really skimp, like 30 seconds, they're done. I'm like, you need to go longer than that. You need to do 30 seconds in each quadrant of your mouth. Did y'all know that? I'm trying to teach my daughter. She's only up to like counting to 10 at the moment, but we do a slow 10. So I count for her when she does her brushing. And it's like 1. And then she's like, keep counting. And I'm like, oh, yes. 2. So, okay. So I'm actually trying to get something checked here by Chuck. So let me just check something. Yes. This one is Bluetooth connection. Ooh, intensity levels. Okay, so Chuck said he can't hear that, none at all. See what I'm telling you? There's just something. I think this has to be on the Pro main. Let's try it again. Okay. The issue is I don't actually see the levels going up and down in this thing. Yeah. See, this is really bizarre. Ugh. I think this is a glitch in their system, in this online portal. All right. Just gonna tell y'all how to use this thing. Yeah, she might be coming a little bit low, but let me just check something else. So anyway, yeah, I would say that give me 1 second. I want to check something with Chuck while he's actually standing there. Here we go, Chuck. Let me know if you can hear this.
Mga kabayan, nakatutok po kayo sa Cold Hard Truth, hatid ni Sandy Hill, ang nangungunang talk show sa Cayman, ang boses ng masa.
All right, folks. Buenos dias. Yeah, my levels, like sometimes I have the levels so high that I feel like, oh my God, I'm gonna like end up blowing something in here. All right, Miss Bonnie, Miss Dean is in the house. Good morning, Miss Dean. So listen, let's talk about a little policy thing here, right? So you guys know, we're actually gonna be doing an interview with a mother, little situation that she had with her child that she wants to highlight for the safety of other children. I do feel like we have a really important opportunity here to help the community, to help shape this community in a positive way, to try to hold people accountable as well, because y'all seem to be more concerned about what's going on in CMR and whether or not you are being featured on CMR as opposed to actually doing the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing. That's just the truth. I've heard some crazy stories. People going to jail for theft. And they run to people like, oh, can you help me try to pay this off? And But the concern wasn't because the person's like, oh, you're probably going to be seeing jail time. No, I'm not worried about that. I just didn't want to end up on CMR. It's like, wait a minute. You're took money from someone, didn't return it. So now they've classified it as theft. And you are worried that CMR might have you posted up as opposed to what you should really be worried about. I'm like, what? Oh my goodness. Anyway, it's all right. I mean, if that's what works, then that's what works, right? So, we've reunited a lot of people with their money. The last one was just last week. The woman finally got her $1,200, not $12,000, $1,200 back last week. So good for her. And people know that it works. So right now we're working on a case. There's a gentleman in Northside with a truck situation. Y'all, when I tell y'all the full story of this, you're not going to believe this. What I will say is there's a lot that you as consumers can do to try to protect yourself. So if you're purchasing a vehicle from someone, here's one that's really, really easy, because this is exactly what happened. You purchase a vehicle from someone and they give you the logbook, right? And then you go in trying to do the transfer. First of all, do not wait. Listen to me carefully now. Do not wait to do transfers. Yeah, some of y'all take a transfer book and you keep it for 6 months, a year before you try to go in and transfer it. Don't do that. That is a bad practice. And I think the DMV and the government, maybe even the legislators, need to ensure that that is curtailed. Like they need to put a limit on it. Like you have a week from the time of purchase to transfer a vehicle or something like that, 14 days, something. Because what ends up happening is people will take your money. And this is what happened in this case. Took the money, paid $11,000 for a vehicle, didn't do the transfer immediately. Come to find out, the guy actually had a lien on the vehicle, not a bank lien, but you know, all these private companies that be loaning money, they're not Class A banks, but they're still in the business of loaning money, and they will take collateral for things such as vehicles and so on. So he just sold a vehicle that he does not even have legal rights to sell, really, when you think about it. That's very dishonest. But I reckon he was worried about that. Years later, and on top of it, the guy went and spent a bunch of money on the vehicle before doing the transfer, only to then find out that number one, there was a lien on it. He couldn't transfer the vehicle. And number two, here is the most egregious part. The guy defaulted on that particular loan. Of course, why not? Because he no longer has to worry about, he doesn't own the vehicle anymore. He sold it to some poor chap, right? And now the company came back and repossessed the vehicle. And this poor guy's out of about $20,000 because he ended up spending money on the vehicle. So transfer your vehicles right away. In fact, I would not you'd have to really trust people, and you can't trust a lot of people. I would not give them the money without the transfer having been done. And I know it's a little bit tricky. I sold my car the other day, and it was a little bit of a situation of trust. So the guy handed me the draft from the bank, and I likewise, gave him the vehicle, the logbook, transfer, the keys, everything. But, that's me. I'm not going to hand someone keys to the vehicle saying I'm selling it to you and it says a lien on it. And sometimes it's not even that maybe you haven't paid off the bank note, but if you forget to request, because you actually have to request the lien removal documentation from the bank. And I believe, I can't remember for sure now, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there is a small fee that is associated with removing liens. So like if you get the bank letter and you take it into DMV or whatever, I think they charge you a little $5 or $10. Am I right? Does my memory serve me right? I can't really remember, but I think it might be something like that. So you need to ask questions. When you're buying a vehicle, you need to specifically say, is there a lien on this vehicle? In fact, put your little contract in writing. Do a little, sale of vehicle. You can Google these things and get a form that you can use as a template, and make sure there's a clause in there that there aren't any liens or incumbents or anything that means that this vehicle legally would not be mine. It is very, very important. The other thing is, if you're purchasing it, apparently it's a little bit different when you're doing company to company. So the vehicle is going to be in the company's name. Make sure that the said company is actually in good standing, because I've heard of situations where the seller was the company and then they couldn't get a certificate of good standing. And so the transfer couldn't go through from the perspective of the DMV, because they're like, oh, but they're not in good standing. So technically it's not a bona fide company right now until they get their corporate documents sorted out. Be very, very careful, honey child, when you're dealing with these types of transactions. So I had someone contact me. And by the way, that young man, he's from Northside, living his best life. Somebody told me he's overseas. I tried messaging him and contacting him. No response, no answer. Should we make a phone call this morning? I don't know if we up for all that this morning. But, you know, at the end of the day, Shelda says it's $20. Thank you, Shelda, to remove the lien. Thank you. Appreciate it. So at the end of the day, this guy's on my radar. He actually works for government. Y'all government workers got some of y'all got to do better. And for the past 2 years, he's had every excuse in the book why he can't pay this man his money back. Oh, well, honey child, CMR coming for you, so you better go find a man $20,000. Mind you, he could find money to go to the bank and buy a car from another truck. He loves trucks, apparently. Went and bought another truck from an MP in Northside, I understand. Well, the same way you could borrow money to go buy a truck, you must find money to pay this man back. That's just not right. Your face soon be all over CMR. I'm warning you. Not naming you yet, but I'm coming. Maybe we should call him this morning. Talking about he's off island. Off island doing what? Y'all not easy. One of Cayman's most prolific borrowers and debtors that borrow and don't pay back. I got to soon do another expose on her, because y'all ain't gonna believe it.
I'm sorry, but the person you have called is unavailable. Please leave a message after the...
Off island. So one of the local companies, you know, there's a lot of people who get into these, they get into these businesses, loan to payday, cash to payday, whatever they want to call them. And they've been calling. We've assisted one or two in the past, but I noticed that this is going to be a regular occurrence where they expect me to do their jobs for them. One thing I think I need to definitely order from Amazon is a new mouse. My mouse been kind of tripping out on me lately. So, you know, they come in talking about, they need, why is my computer flashing like this? I really do feel like I should get a new computer. Today is Black Friday, because now the monitor is flashing. I'm going to send this to Marlon. And that's probably some ploy from Amazon to really get me to purchase a new computer. But I'm going to send this to him, because this looks like this could be a graphics card issue, which y'all know I just replaced the graphics card not too long ago. That's flickety flicking all over the place. I might just have to bite the bullet for real. Anyway, this situation now, this company calls, and they just send bare information, which I don't know why people do this. Listen, if you want CMR to help you, you've got to be in a position to send CMR all the details. I need proof of what you're saying. So they just sent like a screenshot, asked this person to call us for money owed. And I said to them, no. I don't even know who you are. You got to come better than this. Who are you? And, you know, what are the circumstances and what evidence do you have about this money? And then that's when they reveal that they're in the loan to payday business. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, you know what? I think that when it comes to businesses, you guys should be in a position to, number one, know the type of business that you're getting into. Because any sort of loan to payday style business, they can be very lucrative, but they are also extremely, this thing is blinking all over the place like a Christmas tree. They're also extremely risky. And you have to be willing to take on the risk. Now, you're the one who decides to get in that business. Nobody not forcing you to get into any kind of business. So if you decide to get into a particular type of business, then that's your business. You take the risk as well as the reward. You're not calling me to share the reward money, or when you're collecting stuff without any issues because people are scared of CMR, and y'all know you be using CMR name all the time. I'm going to take you to Mall Road. And the person's like, no, don't do that. I'm going to pay. I don't hear y'all calling saying, Sandy, I just used your name. Can I give you a little $10 for lunch today? As a business, have your affairs in order. Make sure your contracts are airtight. You need to talk to your legal people about that. You need to take collateral, which I know, given the risk that comes with these people, a lot of them have no collateral. I got a little lint in my hair. A lot of them have no collateral to give you, but you gotta think about that, right? You have to consider, if they default on it, how am I going to get my money back? Am I prepared to take all these people to small claims court? Running to CMR to help you as a business to get your money back is not really going to be an option for you loan to payday people. Okay? I'm sorry. I probably wouldn't be able to get anything else done. So that's where we're at with that situation. I posted a little notice about that on our social media pages, just as an FYI to inform you guys of what the policy is. Yeah. That person, I'm sure, was disappointed that we could not help them. But, you know, like I said, you're actually running a business. You're not a regular consumer. So I don't necessarily feel like I should be helping businesses in quite the same way as the average consumer. Now, we have in the past, this one is for somebody called Meroy Tomlinson. I don't know who he is. But anyway, Meroy, get in contact with these people in any regard. You owe them money, and they said they want their money back. So, you know, you just got to make sure that you are, you've got your affairs in order as a small business. And, you know, with any small businesses, there is a degree of liability that comes with what you do. People back in the day used to write bad checks. I know a lot of businesses don't even accept checks anymore. That has saved them tons of money with processing and all kind of things. Remember the gas stations when they used to put the checks underneath the glass at the register so everybody could see who they are? Child, I used to be one of those people that'd be looking like, oh my gosh, let's see who's here. And some of y'all don't just write a little $100, $200 check. Y'all be writing checks for massive amounts. A.L. Thompson's used to have a check wall. Do they still do that? And they had all the checks like listed there, all the bad, what is it called? NSF? What's the thing that the bank uses? What's the term called again? Non-sufficient funds. Yes, NSF. They'd stamp it with that big NSF stamp. And I mean, y'all would be epic with the number of the amount that you were actually making these checks out for. I mean, thousands and thousands upon thousands of dollars. I'd be like, wow, that's legit some crazy money. Really and truly. So, you know, you shouldn't do those things, but as a business, you have to have a plan B. When someone defaults on a check, what is it that you're actually going to do? Yeah. How are you going to recover your money? What's your debt collection plan? Mm-hmm. Good morning to Miss Morna. Atlas is here. Says, yes, I'm late. What's the punishment? In this classroom, you're allowed to be a little bit late. We're not going to punish you, Atlas. Don't worry. Brother Tommy's in the house. Good morning to you. He says, have a safe weekend to everyone. Marshall says, if he's working for the government, he should be made to pay back the money. His check should be garnished until it's paid in full. Well, what that means, Marshall, is this gentleman will actually have to take him to court, because government not getting into all that. They're not gonna be like, oh yeah, you can just garnish somebody's wages like that. They're not a mediator and they're not the court, right? So, they would need a court order in order to garnish somebody's wages. And that means that you need to take someone to court and get a judgment, and not only get the initial judgment, but in terms of the enforcement, the judge has to agree to how it will be enforced. Like, they will say you have to pay it back every, this amount. And then the person can then, seek to garnish your wages from your employer. A lot of times that happens even with child support. And that's why some of these guys would rather not even work, because they don't want to pay child support. Or if they work, they do it on the down low so that nobody knows that they're working and they're not paying their obligations of taking care of their children. Daisy, good morning. Joining us from London this morning. So good to see you. Are you on vacay? Oh, you're there for the baby. Has the baby been born yet? Daisy's got another grandchild on the way. Yes, I saw that on social media. I think it was last week that you were there waiting for the arrival of your new bundle. Morning, Miss Dorothy. John Dry Rot Ferguson. What a name, John. How are you? Alejandra's in the house. Cayman Kind Committee. Wishing everyone a blessed day. The baby's here. Aw. She says he is beautiful. So you've got a little girl and a little boy now. Perfect pair. Wonderful. Congratulations, Glamour. Marshall says, yeah, I remember seeing all those bounce checks everywhere. And I used to see one particular person's name very often. I wonder if she's still doing it. Well, you know what? A lot of businesses, you got to be on a preferential list now. He is beautiful. Isn't the first one a girl? Or is it two boys? You've got two boys? I thought you had a boy and a girl. Grandkids. The thing, Marshall, is a lot of businesses don't accept checks anymore, or you got to be a certain person to be on the list to be able to write a check. Because, yeah, they got sick and tired of administratively, it's a nightmare. Because, of course, two boys, congratulations. Because now you've got the person has your merchandise, because they're not returning that, and they've not essentially paid for it. In the United States of America, it's considered theft. And you can be criminally charged for writing a bounce check. In this jurisdiction, not so much so. So it's pretty crazy, right? It's pretty wild. But yes, that's how it works. So let me just see here. Okay. Oh, yes. Sorry for the loan operators. And, they charge a really high interest rate. I mean, some people might consider the interest rate to be a bit exorbitant, these loan to payday people, because they're shorter loans. And there's nothing, to the best of my knowledge, that regulates that industry at all here in the Cayman Islands. So a lot of people are getting into it because they think it's quite lucrative. And they do this thing where you, as an investor, can loan money to them to loan out to other people. And so sometimes the investors are the ones who are losing money, and they're calling and, oh, Sandy, yeah, I gave $20,000 to this business and now I can't get my money back. Well, surely you knew what you were getting into. And, it kind of is what it is. Everybody is taking a substantial risk, including you. Just, it is what it is. All right. Well, that's enough of that. Alejandro says expect to pay unpayable debts. Yeah, and you know what is so crazy? That the people who normally have to take advantage of those types of facilities, they are the most high-risk people ever. They're literally living paycheck to paycheck and sometimes beyond because they're really in debt. And they go to these companies and they don't always disclose stuff. So for example, the fact that they have money owed to other people, like let's say they've got a bank loan. They're not going to tell the loan to payday people that, yes, I'm making $4,000 a month, but out of that, I've got a $1,200 mortgage or a $2,000 mortgage. I've got a $1,000 CUC bill. I've got food for the kids. I've got this, I've got that. So actually every month I'm in the red. And I'm borrowing from you out of desperation right now, knowing that I have no real way of paying you back. That is often the reality. And likewise, the banks, the Class A banks will go and loan money to people who they don't know that they owe money out there on the streets. Isn't that interesting? Because again, there's no unified credit system, credit checks. The loan to payday people fall into this sort of gray area. And, at the end of the day, they don't have to report that to anybody. Right? So as a result, no one seems to know. And trust me, a lot of the commercial banks would really like to know that you're borrowing money out there in the streets from all these loan to payday people. Alejandro says, when I see yellow, I be fretting. So yesterday I had to intervene on somebody's behalf. Special needs viewer to the program needed my help getting someone at Royal Bank to call her. Now, the trend in Cayman, unfortunately, is that we no longer have a bank that is 100% Caymanian owned and operated. CNB was the last Mohican, and now they have fallen by the wayside. And so yes, so a lot of their sort of, call services and so forth, call centers are now overseas. This is a problem because they don't have a clue what is actually going on in the Cayman Islands. So yesterday when I called Royal Bank, some lady in Trinidad, sounds like, answered the phone and she's like, she let the phone ring and ring. Oh, nobody in Cayman is answering the phone. And then she says to me, we only have one branch there. And I thought, Royal Bank only has one branch in Cayman? That can't be right. Don't you have the branch in Central Georgetown and then one Cayman Bay? Unless the one Cayman Bay, is that just private wealth management and that's not the commercial location? Because all of these banks, with the exception of CNB, really have downsized so considerably that they might as well not even be a commercial bank. It seems like the only people they want to be dealing with are the wealthy people through their wealth management programs. So they barely have retail banking left. And then I thought maybe she is right. Because I guess the one came out of Bay, that can't be commercial then. You can't just walk in there and do a transaction and whatever. And so many of them are, encroaching on, you can't walk into the bank and do a transaction. You must do it online. CNB makes a lot of things online free. But if you go in, then you're going to pay for the privilege of going in and have a teller assist you, which I can understand because that takes up their time and so forth. But it's just crazy. It really, really is crazy. Thank you, John, for the Beltway question. I've been chasing them up for that. I just don't get back to you. So, yes, we need to get a fix on this. But, there should be some basic things if you're going to have a Class A bank license. you need to be answering your phone. So people should be able to reach you. And this poor lady has, she's a stroke survivor and she has some difficulties. And unfortunately, she was not able to get a situation rectified. And of course, their Royal Bank, somebody said there's one in Red Bay. There's still the one in Red Bay? So why does she say they only have one branch? I thought that they had at least two. She used to be one next to Hurley's. As far as I know, it's still there. So what is she talking about? They only have the one branch. Anyway, I don't bank with Royal Bank, to be honest. So I was like, I still thought that was strange. I'm like, only one branch. That sounds weird. But can we please have people in Cayman answering the phone? Is it a situation where they've cut staff so much and they're so short-staffed that we don't even know, how to find them, and they're not answering the phone because there's nobody, literally there's nobody there? Is that what's going on? You walk into a bank and you only see two tellers working. I'm like, where is everybody? They've all disappeared. Anyway, I had to, in order to help this lady, I called and I was on hold for, oh my God, I forget how long, probably at least 10 minutes before the woman in Trinidad even picked up the phone. So I'm like, even in Trinidad, they only have one person answering the phone. Let me tell you how long. I was on this call for 20 minutes. And I can tell you, I wasn't talking to her for 20 minutes. 15 out of the 20 minutes was literally, and this is the middle of the afternoon, 15 out of the 20 minutes was me holding between waiting for anybody to pick up. And then eventually she picked up. And then she's transferring me. Nobody's answering the phone. A 20-minute phone call to the bank is unacceptable. I'm not having a deep dive conversation with you seeking financial advice. I just want I want to put in a request to have someone call this woman about her situation and help her. So of course, as soon as I put it on social media, the phone started ringing. Oh, Sandy, we're here. How can we help? Where were you like 5 minutes ago? In fact, one person reached out who doesn't even work in retail banking. So I want to thank the management team members who did that, because I realize it's not really their job. But, it's a sad indictment that nobody wants to answer the flipping phone. I'm just like, what? Ay. I tell you. So, yeah. Don't know what to say, but it is crazy. Okay. Answer the phone, Banks. So this person says RBC has one branch for the public. The Cayman Bay branch is for wealth management, customers, and private banking. Red Bay branch is self-transaction / ATM and lending officers. But can you still walk into the Red Bay branch? Or is that now closed to the public? So it's only the one in town? I'm confused by that. So you can't walk into Red Bay anymore? Oh. That's news to me. What a mess. So yeah, wealth management, private banking. So Scotia has been trying to do this whole self-transactions thing as well at their Cayman Bay location. And I don't know how well it's working out for them, because I also don't bank with Scotiabank. I don't know. Thank God for CNB. This person says, no, that was changed 3 years ago. Before COVID. What? Wow. One bank location on island? Thank you, CNB, for having multiple locations where we can walk in and have access to tellers and actually talk to people. That's so crazy. Anyway, I do love online banking when it works. It's perfect. I don't necessarily enjoy going to the bank, but sometimes you got to go to the bank. I tell my customers, I don't want you paying me by cash or check, to be quite frank, because even a cash, I got to go to the bank for. When will we get to the point where we have modern technology, where we can actually where we can actually not even have to go to the bank with a check. Like in the US, you just scan the back and the front and boops, it deposits it. And the Class A banks claim that now they have this fancy thing where, checks are supposed to clear quicker because it's this check clearing situation, whatever they're calling themselves, check clearing house or whatever. So can we now get to the next step where we can just do it online, where we can scan the check and deposit it? That would be amazing. And thank you. And answer your phones. And thank you. This person says, I have to correct these overseas call centers so much. I stopped calling them. They know nothing about the Cayman Islands. And they said, not Royal Bank, but in general. It is rather interesting that you work for a bank and you don't know anything about it. Now, I must tell you, as it relates to CNB, and I try to be fair, y'all know I like a CNB, but I try to be fair with them. Since their call center or certain components of it has gone to Trinidad, I've actually seen a higher degree of efficiency. When you use your debit card, and CNB has people monitoring the usage of debit cards in particular, which I really appreciate, consumer protection. They will call you if something looks suspicious. They're on it like, whoo, white and rice, honey chow. And they call really, really quick. And so I have a note that's supposed to be on my file to say, don't call me, because if I'm overseas, I actually may not answer your phone call. But shoot me an email. And I check emails relatively quickly, and I can always respond that, yes, that was me in Walmart at 1 o'clock in the morning shopping. But since they've outsourced it to Trinidad, I've noticed that they're super quick, honey chow. Like I do a transaction right now, and 2 seconds later, they're calling or emailing me. We're just confirming that that's you. And I was like, what? Thank you. The account that I use for my debit transactions, that's linked to my debit card, because you can link whatever account you want. I try not to keep any money in that account. So I only put money in when I'm about to spend money, because that's a debit card. And debit card is very different from a credit card in terms of if someone abuses it and takes away your money, what you're going to be able to do. So protect yourself. This is a good idea. Trust me, I've been doing it for years. And I've not been scammed yet. A few people tried, but they ain't getting none of my money. So if I'm going to spend $500 on, a trip, I put $510 in. And I put it now that I have the app on my phone, which makes it so much more convenient, I literally do it in real time. So I go to Price Right. I'm going to pick up a few things. I go to Cost You Less. I'm going to pick up a few things. I'm in the store getting an idea of, okay, what's my bill? Oh my gosh, I love me a Sam's Club. In Sam's Club, you can do self-checkout, not at the register, but as you shop. Can we all have this technology available? This is amazing. So as I pick up an item, I scan it, and it adds it to the Sam's Club app on my phone. Yeah, this is for real. And then it's telling me my running total, so I can budget as I'm going along. Like maybe my budget was $250, and I'm like, ooh, getting close to that now. Can I really pick up those Skechers? Nope, can't afford it. I'm already at $249 plus tax, over budget. And you self-checkout as you shop. The first time I used it, I was like, this is truly amazing. You put in your card information. When you're ready to check out, you check out, and you walk right out. Now they're going to stop you at the checkpoint. And the person will say, okay, your receipt says there are 10 items in your card. They're going to do a spot check on people. And, they're going to double check. But talk about amazing convenience. I love it. I love modern technology. Because when it works well, it is truly amazing. So anyway, thank you, Sam's Club, for that amazing thing. I don't think they would introduce it at Walmart, because that's a little bit. Walmart's a different clientele sometimes, Joe. they might be like, "Oh, that's a bit high risk for Walmart customers." All right. I'm checking on that bulk waste question for you. All right. So let me see here. A tax system will be a big topic in a few years. Tax system where here? None I noticed anything yet. Yeah. Congratulations. Hi, Morna. So hopefully that lady can get sorted out with her banking issue today. Should the money that laundering here be for the island? I mean, the people. Listen, you want to talk about money laundering? Go look at the United States of America. That is the biggest money laundering jurisdiction in the world. So I'm not going to throw us under the bus in that regard when the big boys are doing it hand over fist and they're putting all the pressure on us to try to, we need to get our act together. I'm not saying that we don't need to get our act together. We put more regulations and SARS reports and due diligence and KYC and, double up due diligence and enhanced due diligence and all this kind of stuff in place. And meanwhile, the big boys, you can walk in and open up an account in the United States of America with relative ease. Shannon, good morning, says, yep, you hit the nail on the head. I worked at the bank for 18 years and they only want to deal with lending to the bigwigs, not the basic man on the street. Even when I worked there, I couldn't get someone on the phone. I had to go to the floor to find the person I needed. Wow. It's horrible. And again, CNB people answer emails and they answer their phones. I'm telling you from personal experience. I email and I get a response. And it's not y'all thinking, well, that's just you, Sandy, because it's been not. I mean, I've been at a bank. They've been my bank for a really, really long time. And I've never had any severe issues with them, falling flat on customer service. Cameron says the introduction of the national ID system will be a catalyst to tax system. I don't agree with that, but you know what? At some point, as Mr. Mickey says every single time he calls in on the radio, there's no way in the world to live without taxes. And we already pay taxes. It's just different types of taxes. So will we ever have a direct consumption tax or an income tax? Who knows? You may. The rest of the world paying it, and they're still paying high prices for everything else. Yeah. So we'll see. Speaking of high prices, let's talk about Oxtail. This is a bit, we were supposed to discuss this yesterday, but we got off topic. This is a bit egregious. Because Oxtail at one point was considered the poor man's food. It's a bit interesting because it's actually not a poor man's food at all. And now the prices are starting to reflect what is really going on in the market. Honey child, Oxtail gone out the roof. All $20 a pound. Somebody posted on Facebook that they had Oxtail and the total cost of the Oxtail was over $100. And guess what? This was in the United States of America, in Massachusetts. And listen, people eat Oxtail from all over the place. Caymanians, Jamaicans, the works. So, yes, Oxtail is out the roof. It's kind of interesting because Oxtail is can be very fatty. I don't suppose it's probably the healthiest part of the ox for you. But we sure love an Oxtail. Yeah. Yeah, Alejandro's like, yeah, give him some Oxtail. So I've been watching this and it's been kind of creeping up for a number of years. But now it's at an all-time high. Look at this. Yes, sir. The prices have really, really gone up. Crazy. Here's one that was that they're charging per kilogram there, per kilo. They're trying to act like this is some class A drugs talking about per kilo. Here's one that at this particular time, this is September, $11.99 a pound. $60 for that little tray of oxtail right there that you see in this photo. This next one, this is a headline from the Jamaican Gleaner. And they're like, oxtail gone up to $18.99 per pound in some places in the US in the supermarkets. And that the skyrocketing in price has more than doubled, going from $8.99 per pound at retail stores to $18.99 US per pound at some supermarkets in the United States of America. And they're saying that Jamaicans in the US have beef with oxtail hike. Well, you can have beef all you want, but this is what it is. Now, have you wondered why it's been going up? Well, I've wondered. How do we go from oxtail being the poor man's, cut of meat to all of a sudden costing you as much as some prime pieces of steak? Ay. Well, here's what I found. Did a little bit of research, y'all. And thank God I don't have to eat oxtail often. If I get it once a month, I'm like, yeah, that's good. I don't even have to eat it once a month, once in a while. But I must admit, there's nothing like a little bit of oxtail and beans and put that over a little bit of rice and beans, some gravy. Yes, honey child, I feel it. What's your favorite side dish with oxtail? I mean, you can eat oxtail and rice just by itself, but you got to have a little starch on the side. So here's why they say it's so expensive. First of all, when you think about it, this totally makes sense. It actually comes in small portions. So it's the tail of the cow, and the cow's tail really just ain't that big. So for most cows, the maximum is 7 pounds, which can be just enough for a single dish. And when you're cooking a big pot of oxtail at a restaurant, you need more than 7 pounds. Or even in your house, 7 pounds, depending how many people you got eating, not really all that much oxtail. The other thing is, a lot of the oxtail is in meat. And y'all know this, you bite into it and you're already hitting bone. So apparently there's different quality oxtails. Imagine that. A large percentage of it is skin, fat, and bones. So what you're getting for meat is actually really small. So supply and demand. Supplier, demand, consumer demand. We're demanding more. It's hard to supply it. Only so many cows in the world that got a tail. And so that is driving up the price. That's one reason. The other thing is, I know y'all don't think about this sort of stuff. And to be honest, neither do I until I sit down and do a little bit of research. And I go, that's interesting. Apparently, not all oxtail is the same, right? It's like a piece of steak. You got different quality of meat, skin, and bones. And it depends on how the cow or the cattle was actually reared. So some people produce oxtail that suppliers are unwilling to buy. Them poor cows must be tough and rough. They're going up on the wrong side of the tracks, honey child. You don't want to be chewing on that oxtail, but tough. So a lot of farmers will spend money on improving the diet of the cows so that they can ensure that the oxtail that's harvested is as rich in meat as possible. Fatten up that cow, make sure that cow looking nice and good and plump. Give him quality green. Yes. So the labor that's involved in keeping those cows happy and wagging their tails, quite literally. The superior food that's necessary to produce choice oxtail requires a farmer to have the know-how and the desire to do it. So they have to sell their oxtail at a higher price. That's one of the reasons. Here's another one that I thought was fascinating. I hadn't really given it much thought. Bulk pricing does not apply to oxtail. You know, a lot of things, because you can buy it in bulk, it means you're going to get it cheaper. Like, you know, seasoning, you can buy the big thing of seasoning. Toilet paper and paper towels, you buy those in bulk, you'll save. So apparently, unlike other cuts of meat, because the oxtails are so limited, bulk pricing is not possible. Says here that oxtail are highly valued for being rare and delicious in some places in the world, and they're often sold by the pound. So without the option to sell oxtail in bulk, farmers have to ensure that they're getting the best possible price for each pound of oxtail that they produce, hence the high cost. And you must remember that for us, this part of the world, the Jamaican culinary experience, oxtail is like a regular thing. Y'all thinking, oh, that's no big deal. But in other places of the world, it is rare to get oxtail. It's considered a bit of a delicacy. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. The other reason why the price has gone up, related to demand again, is apparently everybody started eating oxtail. So it turns out that a meat that was, like I said, at one time for poor people and, you know, Caribbean people, it wasn't a thing in the United States of America or Europe. That has changed. So in those countries, they considered the oxtail to be for the poor. The tail was considered leftover meat. Nobody wanted it. And then they got a whiff of that oxtail dish one day. The Jamaican neighbors over there and his little pot, stirring it with his rice and beans. And his Caucasian neighbor came out and said, "Good morning, sir. What is that delicious smell? What have you got over there on your pot?" And the Jamaican said, "What go on, neighbor? I got some oxtail over here, so." And what? You've got what in the pot? Oxtail. What's oxtail? Come on over, neighbor. Come get some oxtail. And then the neighbor tasted it. And he was like, it was like this aha moment. Ta-da. And then wow, where can I get some of this? Well, you know, me cook it every week, but you can find it here at the local diner too. And then next thing you know, the price of oxtail and the popularity of oxtail in the United States of America and Europe has gone through the roof. The rise of globalization and travel means that there's some dishes that you would have never heard about before. But thanks to YouTube and travel bloggers and vloggers, and, you know, you travel yourself, you get to try different delicacies. And when you come back home, you're like, hey, Mom, guess what? I went to Jamaica for what holiday did they go there for? Spring break. And while I was there, I had me some oxtail and rice and beans. Can you learn how to cook oxtail and rice and beans? Your mom was like, what? Do I look like I'm Jamaican, son? But Mom, there's YouTube. Then you jump on YouTube and you find yourself, there's a guy called, There's Cook Like a Jamaican. She's pretty good. There's mom-daughter team. There's Hungry Belly, Yardy Belly. There's all these people showing you how to cook oxtail and how to put it together. And you think, right, may just need some low browning and some oxtail and some this and that and the next thing, and the price just keeps going up. So in fact, so much so that now you've got oxtail recipes from Spain, China, West Africa, Indonesia, South Korea. Those are the people who traditionally made it, really, and now their recipes are finding their way all over Europe and United States. And that surge in the demand for it has made it more expensive. So the other thing is, which is something to think about, is the lower quality oxtail makes high quality oxtail a rarity. So it's easy to get low quality oxtail saturating the market. And so when you find the high quality stuff that doesn't have as much fat and so on, that's going to increase the prices as well. It is what it is. And apparently, butchering oxtail, or the ox's tail, requires some skill. Listen to this. Contrary to popular belief, there's more to butchering oxtail than cutting off the cow's tail. Once that part is done, it takes immense skill and effort to carve out the oxtail meat. When butchers lack training and experience, a large percentage of the oxtail meat can go to waste. Yes. So then they've got to hire good butchers, the best butchers, to make sure that they know how to harvest the oxtail and maximize the actual quality of what you're getting. So apparently, oxtail butchers who have this level of expertise are in high demand, and they command really good salaries. So that adds to the price. Everything goes into the production of it, from the feed, the care of the cow, straight through to the butchering. If you want quality, you're going to have to pay for it. And of course, the nature of what oxtail is, there's a lot of precautions to ensure that it arrives at its respective destination as fresh as possible. And they have to refrigerate it and transport it in refrigerated containers. So that will also increase the selling price as well. And within the United States of America, there are shipping fees across the states and some countries. And depending on where you live, if you pass over from one state to the next, that could also increase the fee depending on where the oxtails are originating. So they can incur hefty shipping fees, essentially, which adds to the final price. So those are some of the reasons why oxtail has increased in price. They say now that oxtail is becoming more of a sign of decadence. Imagine that. Jamaican people are like, no, don't tell them it's any kind of a delicacy. That's our common man's food. Well, in some places like America, it is now becoming a rare commodity, and it's considered a sign of decadence in numerous countries. And that will skyrocket, make the price go up even more if it continues to hold that reputation. And people like the concept of telling their friends, we're not into caviar anymore, darling. Have you had this thing called oxtail? Oh yes, I've had some oxtail, and it was quite delicious and amazing. And you've got to go try it, but only the finest London restaurants have it. I don't know where else you're going to get it from, darling, but I've had it. And everybody's at the fancy dinner parties like, We need to be in that club that has had oxtail as well. Okay. Jim, good morning. Says rich is your starch. Throw in some vegetables. Sandra says you can imagine the cow's tails where all the cows, you know what, and fan the flies. Honey child, so expensive. Marshall says, I was surprised to learn that a lot of Americans love oxtail. Morna says you're better off buying the whole cow. You will fare off better because you can get steak, ribs, stew, foot, etc. Alejandro says government beef. So why are you in the studio though? Somebody just said, honey child, you need to work on your English accent. But you do realize that you're in the studio for guests who want to come on the program, right? That's not how you listen to the show. You listen to the show through the Facebook feed or the YouTube feed or the Bobo feed. You've actually entered the studio like you want to be a guest up in here, child. Charles says a tin of corned beef that used to be little over $3 is now almost $7. Seems like double or triple island wide. Well, everything has gone up, Charles, because food inflation is real. And it's not something that's just impacting Cayman. I know y'all want to think that, they are only increasing the fees on us. That's not the case. It's impacting everybody. In 2022, all food prices are predicted to increase between 9.5 and 10.5%. And food at home pricing will go up from 11 to 12%. And food from food away from home pricing, 7 and 8%. Listen, it's going up even more than that. These are US figures. Food inflation is real. And it is impacting all of us. The cost of shipping has gone up, the cost of everything. And your food suppliers are also feeling the pinch. And, I want to be fair to them. I think it's time we had Woody back on the program, actually. Woody Foster. He's the only one in the grocery business that's willing to come on and just tell y'all how it works. And so it's not what you think. And I mean, prices have gone up all over the place, but Cayman is a little bit in a different situation because we can't buy in the same quantities as some other jurisdictions and some other locations who have hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people. And so they can bargain and say, my unit price for this should be X because, I'm going to be ordering a minimum quantity of this from you. We order in smaller quantities because of our smaller population, which is one of the things that directly impacts us as well. So it's legit. It's real. And it means that the prices will continue to potentially increase. There are things that you can do when you go to the grocery store, though. We need to, I think, Kevin, were you not going to book somebody to come on the show for me that was going to assist with that? Giving us some tips and tricks. So Everton says this is one of the reasons why it's so expensive. It does not sell in bulk. Yeah. Supply and surplus and demands. That's why prices are high. Going up, the less product you have, the more price go up because the more price goes up because the more consumers need that product. Jonathan predicts Oxtail will be cheap again. It's going to 3D printing, kind of like the Impossible Burger. You can get a Burger King if you want the real deal, the real thing. You're going to pay top dollar for that. My brain is still trying to work around this concept of 3D printing. It is shocking that a printer can actually make a physical 3D thing. And now we're talking about these 3D printers making food. What? How does this work? Cameron says that we should pretend that it didn't taste so good and stop boasting about it. All the secrets are coming out now, Cameron, because the world has shrunk. You have travel bloggers who are like, all they do is travel around the world. There's a guy, I forget what his name is. Marlon watches him sometimes. He travels all over. He's very, very popular, got millions of followers. And he travels all over the world. And all he does, I think he's got to be one of the top food vloggers. And all he does is go to locations and tries everything on the menu. He did a trip to Jamaica, and I was like, here we go. He letting out all the secrets about the oxtail, about the oh God, let me try and see. What is his name again? I'm gonna find it. He's a YouTube one. They got some that are like just on Instagram. Yeah, I'll figure. Oh, here he is. I put in top YouTube food bloggers, and he's the first one to come up. His name is, oh gosh, what's his name again? Mark. Is it Mark? I think he's like the number one guy. I believe he's the number one food blogger. Yes, Mark Weens is his name. And he is huge. This guy makes videos. I'm going to tell you how many followers he has. It's definitely into them. Oh, good grief. What on earth is going on with this computer today? So he is an eater, traveler, author, blogger, video host, coffee drinker. He does it all. But he is pretty big and he travels all over. And trust me, does he have a restaurant too? So his net worth, it varies depending who you believe, anywhere from 4.83 million to 8.5 million. And all he does is walk around eating all day long. Skinniest guy in the world too. So funny. But let me see. On YouTube, he has 9.42 million. I did say million followers, almost 10 million followers. So now you know why he's the number one guy. Look at this. He said crab and dumplings, the national food in Tobago Island, and breadfruit roast and dirt oven. I tell you, man, this man is, and that has over 635,000 views. King of curry goat. The man even went and ate the curry goat. What next? Oh my gosh. Favorite foods in Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. Look at, oh, they put some seasoning on that curry goat, child. They proper Caribbean people. Look at that. Wow. And he says, one of my favorite food pastimes in Trinidad is to go to the river and have what's called a river lime. Yes, sir. Ooh, look at this pot in Trinidad and Tobago 20-hour street food tour, ultimate food in Port of Spain. But you gotta see, hold on. You have got to see the size of this pot. My God, this pot could feed the whole village. Hold on now, let me show you. This is a massive pot. Wow. Wow. Let me show you all this This is like when you're having Pirates Fest and you want to feed people for 3 months. Here's another one. Street food in Singapore. Asian street food. But I know he went to Jamaica not too long ago. Lobster mountain and bread fruit oil down in Toko. What is a bread fruit oil down? I've never heard of such a thing. Indian food you won't find in India. Extreme doubles and curry roti in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, you know, the Caribbean people still, so they're adding their own little flavor to the Indian stuff. Bake and shark. He looks like he must have went to Trinidad a couple weeks ago because all the latest posts are about Trinidad. And yes, honey child, they got him eating everything, and he loves it. Where did he go when he went to Jamaica? I know he went to Jamaica. He's been to Dubai, the Philippines. He travels all over the world. So he did street food in Jamaica, spicy crab pot and jerk pan chicken. This looks like the market there. What's the market called that people go to in Jamaica? Oh gosh. Oh, look at the crab in the pot in Jamaica. My goodness. And then he did curry goat and oxtail and ackee in Montego Bay. Aye. Making me hungry this morning. Then he said living in Jamaica. Apartment tour plus life in Montego Bay. Where he rented an apartment, yeah. Look at this one. Insane Jamaican jerk barbecue has 5.4 million views from him again. 5.4 million views for one video. Then he did one with Jamaican street food. Tour with a Ras Kitchen. What? Tour at Ras Kitchen. It must be somebody's name. In Port Antonio. Huge Caribbean king crab. That one got 7.9 million views. Oh my gosh. This man is, I'm going to show you all some of these, is amazing. Wow. Hold on. Let me just show you guys his oops. Yeah, here we go. So this is Jamaican street food. This one here. This is Port Antonio. This is his huge Crab King one that he did. Fried lobster jacuzzi, Jamaican food. Beach party at Hellshire Beach. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. The boss of Rasta Jamaican food. That one got 4.1 million views. 3.6 million for fried lobster. My goodness, look at the fish and the big crabs and ting and ting. Look at this one. The market. And then you got this man seasoning up his meat. You can see all that Scotch bonnet he putting in that. Oh my goodness. Let's have a look.
Good.
Let's see how they. Yeah, boy, getting some soup. What kind of soup that look like? They're talking about pumpkin and scallions in the soup. Poor thing. They're not used to soup with no seasoning in it. Beans. He says, is this red beans? Or they don't even know what it's called. It's in the soup. It's red bean soup. Cow skin flavoring. They never ate so good in their life. Look at him. He's like, that tastes so good. It stays so hot down there because it's almost, it's thick broth. Yes, sir. Pimento. Child, they're not used to all the good seasoning. Yes. Jahil's food videos, food runner. So there's a lot of people who are in the blogging business. Look at that pot of soup. Crab pot. Yes. You know, I got to tell y'all a little something about me and crabs and crustaceans in general. I think they're the ugliest things in the world. Please do not hand me a crab like that. So I don't want to see it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to deal with it. I'll eat crab meat, don't get me wrong now, and I love me a lobster, but I do not like the way they look. They're the ugliest things in the world. Ugh. Oh my God. Looking at them just makes me, ugh. I can't stand to look at crustaceans. Nothing. Shrimp, I don't want to look at them either. You got to peel them for me and just give me the meat, honey child. Like how he's doing this right now. Crab apron. Let's open this guy up. What? You think that would be me? Nope. I'd hand that to Marlon and be like, Marlon, open this for me. But you see how they like sucking at the meat? No, don't bring me no crab like that. I just want the little meat. I'm not digging into no leg. I'm not sucking at no crab leg. I'm sorry, but that ain't me. It's weird the things that that kind of can get under your skin. Alejandro says, yo, do a talent, Sandy. You got to do comedy. Dorothy says the best cooks are in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Caribbean people in general, they add a lot of flavor. So Jonathan says that they're blaming the cow farts for global warming. So of course they cut the cow birthing rate by 60%. Good morning, Dion. He says, my friend asked me how many ox that are left. Oh my gosh. He says that's a running joke. Everton says, did you know that here in the United States that you have an animal by the name of ox? That's where a lot of oxtail comes from, not necessarily called Theo. Oxtail is supposed to come from cow, not oxen. What? Dean had a good laugh. She says, I know for sure Jamaican cook the best oxtail. Yes. Jennifer says, Jamaicans, please keep turkey neck a secret. She don't want the turkey neck to go up in price. Good morning, caller.
Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, Sandy, we're talking about the oxtail being so high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you ever think about why the conch getting so high too?
Oh gosh.
I mean, we eat these things all year long, and the more they keep it as a restriction, I think it's gonna just keep going up too. So then we gotta look at it as a delicacy. I don't have a problem with these prices going up as long as we can respect how we consume it, because consumer is complaining. Why? I mean, we talk about greed. We want more money, and we also want more food. In the Bible, it always speak about fasting and all those type of things. We wonder why them people they get to live so long. Now, when you keep consuming, now you watch a lot of videos where they show, oh yeah, the pig eat, and then what gonna happen? Then he gonna get slaughtered. So I'm not calling people greedy, but greedy comes in all different forms.
Yeah, of course. And some people are greedy. I mean, listen, we're taking a toll on the environment in general because of our consumption of a lot of these things, whether it's fish, seafood, we're overfishing. The oceans are, listen, it's hard to get certain things. Of course, the harder they are to get, definitely the more challenging it's going to be with the pricing as well.
When things become a more demand, I feel like they've watched that. So when they see that it's going to be a decrease in it this year, we're going to just cut that down by increasing the price. And I don't have a problem with that, because we got to adapt to it. But it's ridiculous when you had it as a habit and it actually makes you realize, okay, since I was spending $50 every week because I was eating that 5 times a week, now I got to cut that down to 3 or 2. Maybe I just want to go do that one time now just to satisfy the taste, Because I love my conch and I don't eat that all year round. Anybody can tell you that know me. I only eat that when the season open, and I might just eat that one time. But I eat conch anytime that offered to me, no problem. So yeah, we just gotta be I guess have the conscience
Mm-hmm.
at the same time the people that have to do these things, because it puts people at risk when it's such a high demand and there's a law against it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
we all know we love these things and we would support, but not everybody would support us.
Yeah.
So
True.
we gotta work together and get this thing done right,
Mm-hmm.
or we're gonna keep allowing this consumer rate go on. I know a lot of people listening and they probably thought about it. Yeah, then why we don't acknowledge it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's acknowledge it. Sit down and think about what our budget is every week.
Yeah.
I don't make a whole pile of money, Miss Sandy, but I can tell you why I can keep up every month without complaining. But I complain for the people that can't keep up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, my
You
dear.
know, we have
For sure.
conscious and safe.
I agree. Thank you very much for that.
All right.
So I'm sitting here watching this YouTube video, and you know how they have the closed caption. So at one point, the Jamaican man starts talking, and it says "speaking in foreign language." Look at it. So he's hold on. Let's see what he actually says when it says that. So you're talking about on it.
Put in there, we call that steppers. Chicken put is steppers. Yeah, man. So when you are here, say, yo, you have a steppers soup, that's a chicken.
Did you all catch that just now? It was like speaking in foreign language when he was talking about the steppers and whatever. When the pot started to come out a little bit.
Oh man, hear about the salty sweetness contrast. The saltiness, but then the sweetness of the pumpkin, the pimento in there, the thyme is excellent. The herbaceousness
And the pimentos bursting with. Look at that. Scotch bonnet.
Yes, exactly.
Oh man. Put in there, we call that steppers. Chicken put is steppers. Yeah, man. So when you are here, say, yo, you have a steppers soup, that's a chicken foot soup in Jamaica.
Yeah. Another reason I love Jamaica so much is there's a word for everything, but there's always a name for something, or always a term to describe something.
There's a word for everything, but there's always a term to describe something. What? I don't even understand what that means. But anyway, it's funny that it was like, for speaking in a foreign language. Oh, this is just a chicken foot. Man, I eat no. Listen. There's certain things that I cannot eat. I love me a soup, and I love chicken, and I love dumpling, but I do not eat chicken foot. I don't eat no neck, back, and whatever you want to call it. I'm not eating no. Listen, I wouldn't necessarily mind if you cooked it with it and then took it out, because I'm not going to eat those parts. Put it in for flavoring, I guess. I don't know, but I don't. There's something about chicken feet. He's actually going to put that Scotch bonnet in his mouth. He ate the whole Scotch bonnet pepper in the soup. Oh my gosh, look at it. He's biting into Scotch bonnet. Oh my God. Talking about if you knew how amazing this is. Really? Child, I bit into a Scotch bonnet the other day in one meal and I almost died at the dining table. No, sir. Oh my God. He said, I didn't reach the seeds. He eating a whole Scotch bonnet, you know? Woo! Give that man something to drink. You can tell his mouth on fire now, boy. The woman in the background get up, said, let me get this man some, talking about it's like a flaming banana. She's like, let me go get this American some milk before he pass out from eating Scotch bonnet. Oh my God, his eyes are watering. See, he says, yes, I'm tearing up. Oh, I'm in love with Scotch bonnets. Really? That's madness. All right. So Alejandro having a good laugh. Lavana says, I like to hear when our young people call in and voice their views. Yes, I love it too. Jonathan says, that's Manish water. That Manish water is one dish I never did like. Yeah, I'm not into that one either. And I don't want any organs. No tripe, no stomachs and this and that. The only organ that I will eat, to be honest, is liver. And I love me some liver. Oh God. My Aunt Lottie used to cook the best liver, but she don't do it the way Caribbean people cut it up. I told you guys she grew up in the States. She would just do the liver fillet, and she would do it with like some mashed potatoes and so. Oh, the best. All right, let's take a little break here. We're going to listen to a pre-recorded video from the good folks over at oops, hold on one second here. The good folks at Give Me Story. We want to thank them. We had to pre-do the video because they're actually traveling this morning to go to the sister island. They're going to be in Cayman Brac performing this afternoon. They probably already landed in the Brac, in fact. And so it's a wonderful opportunity to meet one of the artists, to find out a little bit about what Give Me Story 2022 is going to be offering. All right, folks. So we're here with, oops, give me 1 second. Didn't mean to pull that in quite yet. So we're going to get some details about this annual event, but we haven't had it now in a couple years because of the situation with COVID. So big shout out to Melanie Macfield and her team. They've done a fantastic job of putting it together this year. It's sure to be a great time. Don't forget, folks, that it is free for you to attend. I mean, who would not want to go to this? Make a note of the dates when it's coming to your district, or travel to another district if you can't make it on that night, and go out and enjoy Give Me Story. All right, folks. So we're here with Miss Melanie Macfield from the Cayman Islands National Cultural Foundation. And one of the performers, there are many more in the lineup, not to worry about that, but one of the performers for Give Me Story 2022, King Navasa, is also joining us here in the studio today, folks. So this is an amazing return for what has been a fixture on the Cayman culture scene for quite some time. So Mel, let's start with that first and foremost. It's been a minute since we haven't had a Give Me Story. How excited are you to be kickstarting it again post-COVID?
So excited, Sandy. We're extremely excited, extremely grateful for one, that we're actually able to bring this amazing event back in its original format. We haven't been able to do this for obvious reasons, with our global pandemic that we're just now getting out of. So we're happy to bring a key event, not just for the CNCF productions, but also in the Cayman Islands, back to the stage. And Give Me Story has been in existence now for, I think, 25 years. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. So it's a big deal. And more importantly, we have had the opportunity to bring to the stage our very own homegrown and resident talent for the first time. So that's a major accomplishment for us. We have so many talented storytellers and just artists in general here in the Islands, and we're happy to be putting them on display and showing the Cayman Islands what they have to offer from a storytelling perspective.
Yes. So for people who may not know anything about Give Me Story, if you had to explain it to someone who hasn't seen it, hasn't experienced it, how would you explain what Give Me Story is?
So if I can paint a picture for you, Sandy, all of us have grown up in some way, shape, or form with either our parents telling us stories, or grandparents or great-grandparents. Just think, in your backyard, you're sitting around the table, just having a general conversation with family, stories are being told. Take that scene to a public beach or a park with hundreds of people, several tellers on stage basically sharing their stories. But that's not it. You have the beautiful, we're in December, we like to say Give Me Story is the first major event to open the winter season. And so you can imagine the cool Christmas breeze coming off the shoreline on the beaches, a nice great tree, a whiff of fried fish and fritters, and your mouth is salivating, wanting some swanky to wash it down, while you're listening to some funny, some impactful, just meaningful stories. Some scary ones. And some scary ones too.
Yes. Oh God, I want to be there right now. Especially after you mentioned the fish and fritters.
The fish and fritters, we'll get to that soon, but that's me personally my favorite part, right?
Yes.
And so Give Me Story brings all of this to one central location in each district. And the atmosphere that it creates, the community spirit that it brings with it is something that you really cannot miss. And we would have loved to have taken it to Little Cayman this year, but unfortunately we just couldn't get there. So we're excited to be in the BRAC. We're excited to be in all of the districts here in Grand Cayman. And that's again a story in a very, very short snapshot.
All right, so that's the condensed version, folks. But I mean, it's a combination of
you have to come out and
experience it. Yeah,
all day. But if you're not there in person to experience what it's about, you won't have true appreciation for it.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's right. There are aspects of our culture that it's hard to explain, but once you experience it, you get it. And this is definitely it. So it's back for the first time in a couple of years post-COVID. Let's go ahead and talk about the different venues that kicks off on Friday, the 25th of November.
Yeah.
And how long is it going for?
So we'll be in the BRAC for Friday. And we actually leave in the morning. I'm sure by the time this recording comes about, we'll actually be in the BRAC.
Yes.
So we have 2 performances in Cayman BRAC, one at 30 to 11. The other from 1:15 to 2:15. So the BRAC event this year is a bit unique and different from our usual Give a Story format. We have decided to collaborate with the Pirate Fest Committee this year because the Heritage Day is also happening tomorrow in Cayman. So we are providing some great entertainment from a storytelling perspective for their stage. And and just joining in their festivities and bringing, we have BRAC tellers as well that will be over there, and we're bringing about 8 tellers from Grand Cayman, inclusive of Hilton, Grace, Camille, Angel. We have Cindy Welcome. We have King Navasa. We have Rita Estevanovich. We have Jevi Evans, of course, and we have Stuart Wilson as well, and Nasaria Saku. Matt couldn't make it, unfortunately, but you'll definitely see Matt on the Grand Cayman stage.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. So most of us would have heard the vast majority, if not all of those names, as local performers who've been on the Cayman stage, some on the international and European stage. So let's talk to King, who is sitting right next to you. Good morning to King.
Morning.
So of course, King has been on our show before on the morning show. He's a little bit of a celebrity, if you will, reality star. You guys might remember, was that last year or the year before, King? Oh gosh, the time is flying by. What year did you do the cooking show in the UK?
Oh, that was last year.
That was last year, yeah. So some of you might remember King from that. But outside of that, he has a wealth of talent. He sings, he's a performer. Now he's definitely adding storyteller to his repertoire of, an amazing resume. So tell us, King, what can we expect from you? I'm expecting lots of laugh and humor, but maybe you're going to surprise us with something. So tease us a little bit about what your storytelling will be about.
Well, yeah, I'm known as a vocalist. So of course, I'm going to be including some singing in my story segments. Okay. And I'm actually going to be sharing pieces that I've written myself. So I have I can give you the titles of the pieces, but I give you another way. So I have one that you might find really interesting, and I call it Ode to Christian Heritage. And that's a poem with a few songs included. And in fact, I might be doing that one today.
Oh, wow.
And I have one called No Teeth Futna. You'll find out the boat. And another one called The Goat in the Boat. And people be like, the Goat in the Boat, and how that one end. You'd be like, well, what do you mean with that? Because you wouldn't forget it. But that's a story about why East End always seems to have fish frying and brown fish. So
wow, this sounds very interesting. Okay. All right. So those are some wonderful teasers. Just a question about the creative process, King. When you are writing a short story piece like this, how do you get started? Like, what's your creative process like?
Oh goodness, mine in particular.
Yes.
This is funny. This might help everybody, but sometimes I start in the middle and I build up or down.
Okay.
You just need to give me the idea. Just give me one idea and I sit with it. And that could be the beginning of the story, then I start from the beginning, or it could be the ending. You could have given me the ending, inspired me with the ending, and I build the story up from there. So I'm like, I don't know if that's advice that will help anybody, but ultimately,
yes.
Yeah. You just have to write.
Yeah.
Just go with it.
There's no right, there's no way.
No, absolutely. Yeah. So that's very, very interesting, actually. Because a lot of people might think you would start in chronological order, but you start probably with what you have. And like you said, you build it out from there. So that is very super interesting. Now, King, you've been living in the UK now for a couple of years. We miss you, by the way. Sunday dinners have just not been the same without King around. But, tell us a bit about how moving overseas has impacted your creativeness, if that's, your creativity, if that has happened.
It has, and I'll tell you what it did. Moving away made me, I'll say it frankly, moving away made me more Caymanian. And I'll say, and I explain. It made me
totally
I appreciate who I am, what I am more being abroad. In fact, when in the company of other people, like I'm the foreigner there,
right?
They help me to identify and appreciate the things that we take for granted. Like honestly, even the little thing in my accent and every little thing, the way they season my food, like my sense of humor, all of it. Like they help highlight. My friends there, they especially help highlight it and say, you know what, that's amazing.
Yes.
We remember when Cayman kind here, but then we don't really appreciate it. But over there, they really experience it and kind of reflect it back at me and say,
yes,
no, this is good. I need to go visit Cayman and how all the people is.
No, I totally agree with you, King. And, oftentimes people hear me saying on this show that every person should have the opportunity to live abroad, even if it's just during your university years, do a study abroad program, whatever, because the very experience of living in another man's country makes you appreciate a lot of things. And of course, it definitely makes you appreciate what you have at home. So I think it's wonderful that you have highlighted that. Do you do a lot of performances in the UK at the moment? I know you have a podcast that you work on.
Yeah, I do the podcast, but that's online. The Celebrating Caymanians Overseas. So it's like taking all the portraits of the Caymanians abroad. And then I have my other podcast, which is The King and I. So it's like it's the same thing again, taking short stories, but snippets of people's lives. But I live in Manchester, in the UK, and in Manchester, I'm a singer. So normally I'm performing around different jazz and blues clubs and such on the weekends, sometimes on a Wednesday. But that's normally what I'm doing there, and hosting little events.
Yes, nice. So how did you feel when sorry, Mel?
No, I was just going to say this all adds to his creative.
Of course.
More creative and also bring back more stories.
Yes. Absolutely. And I was going to say, I'm sure Mel must have WhatsApp you or pick up the phone and call you and said, hey, King, we need you to come back home to perform at Gimme Story 2022. What was your initial response?
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened with him and Rita. You're absolutely right. We like to refer to them as our international locals.
Yeah.
So Gimme Story. No. Sorry?
No, I was asking what was King's response when he got your call.
I'll let him tell you.
At first I laughed and I was like, really? Okay. Yeah. It's my first time in Gimme Story as well.
Right.
So I was shocked, I was honored. I was like, yeah. I said almost like 6 times.
We had just had Sandy, King here in the summer for our summer program, and he was an absolute hit. So it was an easy process for us, you know. We have already agreed that we were going to keep Gimme Story at the local and resident level for this year. But how much more local can you get with King and Rita? You know, they were just in a different country.
Yes, absolutely.
And doing amazing things. So it was an honor for us to reach out to them and to have them here as part of the, as we call them, veteran tellers. Rita don't like that term, but, or should I say more experienced and seasoned tellers, you know? Rita has been on the Gimme Story stage, I think it was 18 years ago.
Wow.
So she, and of course she was a former employee here at National Culture Foundation. So we're excited to have them amongst 15 plus more tellers. And we also have the Cayman Islands folk singers. We have the Cayman Islands National Dance Company. We also have Pan and Rhythm, Michael LeMay on the steel pan. So we have other entertainment, but it's still part of telling the story, you know, because there's so many ways of telling a story.
All right, wonderful.
As well, it's like those are all groups that I've worked with. So it's like
bringing it back.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell us a little bit about, there's a fish fry competition segment to Gimme Story this year as well. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. So I reached out to the heritage committees, you know, from my past life, as I refer to it. I still maintain that relationship with the heritage committees for each district, for them to give a recommendation of someone they thought would be a great representative of that district for that competition. So, you know, it's great to get their input, their feedback, and their contribution to events such as Gimme Story. So I gave them that option, and they've all put forward someone that's either entered the competition before or someone they would like to see do so. And we have a representative for all the districts here in Grand Cayman, and of course Cayman Brac as well. So that competition is going to be judged by myself and Barry, who also works here at the foundation, and a selected judge from that district. And we're going to be looking at, of course, flavor, creativity, presentation, and community spirit.
And I can invite me judge too.
I know. I've gotten so many requests from people. Can I be that guest judge?
Yes.
So it's gonna be amazing, and we're really encouraging, you know, communities from each district to come up and support their fried fish representative, for lack of a better term, and you know, show your support and vote for that person. And just to give you a rundown of the dates.
Yes, please.
For Cayman Brac is the official kickoff to Gimme Story. That's tomorrow, the 25th of November. We have the Grand Cayman dates starting next week, Monday, the 28th of November to the 2nd of December. And the show time is at 7:30, but we're asking people to please arrive on time. The events areas are quite tight. So get there and get seated, and let's get the show going at 7:30. The beaches or the parks open at 7. Can't say gate. So on Monday we have West Bay at the West Bay Public Beach. Tuesday we have East End at the East End Public Beach. On Wednesday, November 30th, we have North Side at the Gerald Smith Park in Hutland. And then on Thursday, we have Bodden Town, which is at Colwood Beach. And then the finale is Georgetown at Smith's Barcadere on Friday. And that's Duppin night. So make sure you wear your shirt back. And when you're leaving the venue, you go walk backwards too.
Oh my goodness. This is amazing, folks. So again, Gimme Story 2022 is back with a lot of storytelling, lots of swanky, lots of fried fish and fritters, and more importantly, lots of amazing homegrown talent. So
And you
do
can-
not miss this performance. I think that this is going to be an absolutely wonderful event. Again, you've got the rundown of the schedule. If you didn't hear all of those dates, you can visit the website, artscayman.org.
artscayman.org/Give Me Story takes you straight to that page. But if you can't remember the Give Me Story part, just artscayman.org. You can also go to our Facebook and Instagram handles, and they're both Cayman Culture. So please like and follow us on social media, Cayman Culture, or pick up the phone and give us a buzz, 949-5477.
All right. So CNCF puts on a lot of amazing events throughout the year. This is one of the highlights for them for their events calendar. Do not miss this opportunity, folks. It is family friendly. You can take the kids out, take Granny out, take everybody out, and Papa, Mama, everybody. And they will all enjoy this just amazing and wonderful performance. And of course, if you miss your district, there's nothing wrong with going to another district on another day. Or if you want to go to all of them, you can certainly do that as well. So it starts Cayman Brac on the 25th, Friday, November the 25th in the Brac, and it'll be as part of their basically heritage event for Pirates Fest. So Mel, thank you so much from the CNCF. This is your first year in that role full time now with CNCF.
It's actually I've been here since 2020.
Okay.
But it's my new responsibility is Director of Programs and Communications, and I deal solely with all things CNCF.
Right. Okay. Wonderful. Well, congratulations on that. And King, welcome back home. And congratulations on your first Give Me Story event as well. And good luck to you and all the best.
Thank you so much, Sandy, for having us.
All right, guys. Thanks very much.
Take care.
Thanks, Sandy.
Bye.
It's November, and November is Give Me Story. The Cayman Islands National Cultural Foundation presents in your district, Give Me Story, the Cayman Islands National Storytelling Festival. 6 evenings of free entertainment for the entire family from November the 25th to December the 2nd. Guests arrive at 7 p.m. and show starts at 7:30 p.m. Come on out, because nobody's going to be left behind. We got you covered. West Bay, East End, North Side, Bordentown, Georgetown, and even Cayman Brac. Everyone is going to enjoy a bit of Cayman's history via storytelling. This year, we have the best of Cayman's homegrown and resident storytellers that Anna know from Anna Born, including Rita Escavanovich, Nasaria Sakushalet, Matt Brown, King Navasa, Giovanni Ebanks, and a host of others. For more information, visit artscayman.org or visit the Facebook page and Instagram page at Cayman Culture. Vote for the best fish fry in every district and wash it down with a little swanky. Did I mention that you get in for free? And they're starting in time, so try and hurry up. Give me a story. That's gonna be a good time this year, so don't miss out. Easy. My apologies. That was totally user error. That one was not the system. I can't believe in the system there. That was me having muted myself and then forgot to unmute myself after that segment was done. Sorry, totally my fault. All right, we should be good now. Still no sound. No, it should kick in. It should kick in. Hold on. And there we go. No, it's refresh. Refresh. All right. Good. So I was just saying, as I had muted myself, to go ahead and check out Give Me Story 2022. Lots of homegrown, all resident talent this year. So people who either reside and live in Ireland, Caymanians, they brought in Rita Eskavanovich, King Navasa, both from the UK, who are currently Caymanians living abroad. And as King said, you know, his living abroad experience has helped him to be a better artist, to be a better performer. So we appreciate the CNCF and all of the work that they do to highlight Cayman culture through the arts. And the Give Me Story event is wonderful. It's a wonderful opportunity for the entire family to have a really fantastic time. Take everybody out. Take everybody out. Sit under the tree. You know, some nice ocean breeze, some nice fish and fritters, and good company. And the best part is all the stories that are going to be told. So 9:40, we have permission to go into overtime. I was going to play my Cayman Voices segment, but I don't want to break it up. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to play it on Monday instead of today. So because it's about 54 minutes. So I want it to run for a solid amount of time. At around 10 o'clock, we're actually going to switch over to Parliament. They do have a special meeting in Parliament. So let us talk about that now, honey Jim. Well, this is interesting. What can I say? Apparently I can say a lot about this one. We released a story last night that this morning, the special meeting in Parliament should be happening. And essentially, we also revealed that up for speaker is Kathy Wilkes, Catherine, aka Kathy Wilkes. Now, child, I got to be careful what I say about Kathy because apparently her husband be wanting to call me or message me talking about, I heard you were talking about me in the radio. I'm like, dude, are you sure about that? Or did I throw a rock into the pig pen and you squealing? What? Say what? Yeah, and the radio. And I said, well, the feeds are online. Go and have a listen. He never did come back to me. So I'm assuming he heard me talking about politicians in general terms and something must have stuck with him. Honey child, somebody got to tell him that I'm not the one. He might be able to take that attitude with other people, but not me. Don't try it, son. The thing about it is this. When you sign up for politics, you're not just signing yourself up. You're signing up everybody. Your family, your children, your spouses. And if they don't understand that and they don't get it, something wrong. You didn't have a proper conversation with them before you get involved in politics. That's one of the major reasons why you see I will not get involved in politics, because I don't want y'all to think that you can be coming at my husband sideways or my child, because I might have to tell you a thing or two. Caller, good morning.
Morning. You preparing for sideways conversations? Lateral discussions?
Yes. I mean, do you think it's appropriate that spouses of politicians be contacting me about, oh, I heard you were talking about me on the radio? Actually, you're fair game. You and your spouse, who's a politician, are fair game. But I never called your name.
Well,
so.
I wouldn't. I don't think you should be dragging people's family into things.
Well, I actually didn't call his
however,
name. But hold on.
No, I know.
I think what was said was something to the fact, because based on what he said to me about some spouses who don't work. And so he must have assumed that I was talking about him being unemployed. Well, I hate to break it to Mr. Wilkes, but he's probably not the only MP spouse that's unemployed. But if he took that on, then that sounds like who the cap fit, make them wear it. And that's not really my issue to take on. But there's a lot of spouses who don't work. And that's why some of the poor spouses who do work as politicians are feeling the pressure to maintain a certain lifestyle. I think that was the conversation that I was actually having.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think that. I think you should leave people's families out of things unless there's some very specific reason why it's not possible to leave them out. But generally speaking, the discussion should be between the politician and the public. But having said that, I must say that I'm extremely disappointed in the premier, in the government, in the opposition, in the public, for just letting this really bad, illegal decision of Kathy just fall away if nothing is wrong. In fact, it seems like she's getting a promotion because of it.
What would you like for them to do?
I would like for them to correct the record. Here's the unfortunate thing, though. What actually happened is the right of the opposition members to bring a motion was denied. And I'll tell you why. Because you and I used to sit very close to politics, so we understand how the games are played. And the politicians simply didn't want to be in a position to have to say how, on record, how they felt about whether Mr. Bush should have been removed or not. So they denied the motion. They didn't want a motion to come. She should not have denied the motion, depriving the elected members in the opposition of the right to bring that motion to address a valid issue. You won't be able to address the consequences because it's gone now. But the government should at least correct the record. The speaker should correct the record. The attorney general should correct the record. How come we're in a situation where the actions of the speaker on a subject is, when you read the law, it's clearly a breach of the Standing Orders and the Interpretation Act. And the people whose job it is to know what the law says just silently sit there and say nothing, as if the only way that the public could get any help in understanding these issues is if they reach into their own pocket and pay for a court case to get a definitive answer on the issue. And it's sad. So what the government should do is they should correct the record. She made the wrong decision.
And how do you correct the record exactly?
By stating that it was wrong.
So in Parliament,
but like I said, if that's not going to correct the effects of it, right? Yes, the Attorney General should stand up in the House and say, here's what the Standing Orders say, here's what the Interpretation Act says, and say what he believes is the case. That's what should happen. And because what's the speaker's decisions are precedential. This is tantamount to having bad case law, right? Because it affects future decisions. So now, because remember, if you turn to Section 7 of the Constitution order, when providing for standing orders, the constitutional provision is that that the government must provide for fair procedures, which means that any exercise of those standing orders have to be done fairly as well, which by definition means that you can't describe ignoring the law as fair, which means it has to be defined as wrong. It's important that the record be straight. And the government is the premier in the last election was big on code of conduct. You got to follow the rules, but yet ignore the law. He's the only lawyer that I know that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to a number of them. He's the only lawyer who can't see what's wrong with her decision.
So
it should be corrected. Well, you got to understand that from my perspective, okay? And I don't know how you feel about it, but from my perspective, if Kathy wants to turn a new page in Cayman's history and have us move forward, you can't start out by ignoring a breach of law. To me, I respect people who say, oops, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm going to correct this. I respect that. I'm not going to try to bring her down for that. But I dislike very much the idea that you just breach the law and you pretend like nothing is wrong and you just move on. You just ignore everybody who's saying, well, aren't you going to correct this? It's almost as if the emperor's new clothing is a new invention. And they don't actually know what's being talked about. The naked truth is that she made the wrong decision. And if the government wants me to respect what they do going forward, they need to correct that. Because you cannot, on one hand, be saying the rule of law is important, and then on the other hand, penalizing people, putting our young people in prison for the slightest infraction of the law, and have a 1,000-pound lead ball drop on them to sink them, while the government just ignores the rule of law when it's convenient to them. Those mixed messages don't help us with criminality in the country.
All right.
And people sitting down and saying nothing about it doesn't help.
Okay.
So,
one person that I was trying to get on the program to talk about it was actually Steve Mightfield, but unfortunately, at the time that we were discussing it, he was unavailable. Let me see if he's available this morning. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it.
Okay. Take care.
All righty. So from my perspective, what is most interesting about this news that Kathy will be in all likelihood taking up this position is actually that she denied that she wanted the position not that long ago, which I knew was not the truth. And so I'm more concerned with people being dishonest in words and actions. And as Denny said, he's concerned about what he sees as an irregularity in procedure as well.
Hello.
Hi, morning, Mr. Steve. This is Sandra. Yeah. You're actually on air. Can I ask you a quick question? I don't know if you're busy right now. Hopefully you're free. You and I had discussed, and I said that you explained it so well to me. I didn't think I could do such a good job of explaining it to the people. But remember when we were talking about Kathy, who was deputy speaker at the time, she still is deputy speaker, refusing the motion of the opposition as it relates to the removal of Mr. Bush. And you spoke to the fact that, in your opinion, she didn't have the constitutional power to be able to do that. Can you just break it down to us again for the benefit of our listeners so that they can understand why you hold that viewpoint and why you say that that's the correct legal position?
What was that again? Then she was the motion?
Yeah, the opposition motion to remove Mr. Bush as speaker. I think she said it might have been out of time or something, but she refused their motion. And you and I had briefly spoken, and you're saying that there's nothing that gives her the power to do that.
Because the motion is filed with the clerk of the motion is not filed with the deputy speaker. The motion is filed with the clerk of the parliament, and it's the clerk. It's the clerk of the parliament then who gets with the speaker and lists the motion on the order paper for it to be heard and debated in Parliament. It's not for the deputy speaker. The deputy speaker really has no constitutional power to deal with motions that come before the Parliament because it is once the speaker is available. The deputy speaker's job only kicks in when the speaker is not available, or the speaker is for some reason can't sit in the chair or can't maintain the position as presiding officer. The speaker is the presiding officer. And just let me give you an example of what I mean by that. In 1995, in Trinidad and Tobago, a motion came from the government to oust the speaker from the parliament because the speaker had sided with the opposition and had named 3 members of the government, 3 ministers in the government and parliament. The speaker refused the motion and refused to call parliament back so the motion could be heard. Now they had a deputy speaker there, but the deputy speaker had no power to deal with the motion as long as the presiding officer, the speaker, was available. The speaker was available, but refused to carry out the speaker's functions. And so the government was stuck. Parliament was stuck. They couldn't get in. And so the prime minister said, okay, that's your position. We still have an ace in the hole. So the prime minister went back to cabinet and initiated an emergency order. Like what Jamaica they call SOS, and emergency around where the speaker lived. And when the speaker tried to come out of the house, her house was a woman, to do some business or something, she was arrested for breaching the emergency order. And the speaker was then arrested and put in jail. And because the speaker was not available, could not be available because of her arrest, the government asked the deputy speaker then to take the chair, and was the deputy speaker who brought the motion back to Parliament and ousted the speaker. That's an example. That's an example of how the system works.
Now,
the deputy speaker only has functions in the Parliament when the speaker is not available.
So let me ask
you
a question.
The speaker cannot be available if the speaker is sick,
right,
or traveling or something. And then the speaker, or what we call the presiding officer, would have to write to the clerk of the assembly of the Parliament and says, for these reasons, I'm not available. And then his functions will revert back into the deputy speaker.
Let me ask you a question, because I think this is where they're saying that there's a distinction. So in this particular case, I don't know what documentation was filed with Parliament or the clerk of Parliament, but the intent was that Mr. Bush could not have been speaker or presided over those hearings because that particular hearing dealt with him. So he was not.
Then he should have written to the clerk of the court, excuse himself, and say, I'm not available.
But do we know if that was ever done? Do we know for sure that wasn't done?
As far as I know, that when we spoke about it, the evening before that was never done.
That was never done. Okay.
And if it was done, it was not published.
Right. And this is one thing I was going to say in reference to publication, because I think this is actually quite important. One of the things that I've noticed is that Parliament needs to do a better job with publishing thing, because even last night, I was looking on their website trying to see the order paper for today, although it's a special meeting of Parliament, and nothing was available. What I saw was what took place in October. So it seems to me that they're not doing the best job. I don't know whose responsibility that is, but whoever they are, they're not doing the best job actually updating the Parliament website. So
well, that. I do want to comment on that, other than to say I wouldn't expect any better, because we only react. We don't react. We react when something hits us in the face, or when somebody criticizes us, or when somebody else from outside comes and tells us to do what we should do. That's what we do. We're that kind of people. Most of them. From what I know from being on the inside.
Yeah. All right, my dear. Well, thank you so much for that insight. We always appreciate your knowledge and legal understanding of things.
The standing order says when there is nothing in the standing orders to cover this or the issue that's before Parliament, then we should go to the parliamentary procedure in the UK or skin me and doesn't have anything like that in it, where the deputy speaker can refuse a motion. That's sort of unheard of.
Okay. All right. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well,
sir.
have you heard any leaks about who's going to be the new speaker?
Yes, of course. CMR leaked that last night. We hear it's going to be Kathy Wilkes.
Okay.
and
who's going to be her deputy?
John.
And who's going to be her deputy?
Yes, sir. Dwayne John Seymour.
Okay. Okay.
So
okay.
We'll have to see how that goes today.
Yeah.
But we'll keep an ear out. But again, sir, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Well, that should take her out of the confrontational politics in West Bay. Because the speaker should not once you become speaker, you should not be taking part in any confrontational politics or having been on a platform waiting for your seat. Because under the Westminster system, the speaker seat is automatically reserved for the speaker as long as they want to be speaker, or as long as they have the confidence of the House.
Right. So does that mean then, let me just clarify what you've just said. Does that mean in the upcoming election in 2025, she shouldn't be in a platform seeking re-election?
Not really.
Oh.
Not really. That is the way it is in the UK.
Okay.
That is the way it is in the UK. You should not be on a platform and if you notice the Labour Party, the Labour Party in Jamaica now is having their convention, and you don't see the speaker up there on the platform engaging in any confrontational politics. You don't hear her name called.
Interesting.
So and then with Mr. Bush, she'll be able to keep her seat. But with Mr. Bush is resigning, then that's what he says on the radio, that he's not standing for election in 2024. It'll be another seat vacant in West Bay.
Oh yes, West
so
Bay.
I don't know. Sandra, the people who have knowledge about those things here for Caymanians are not recognized. They don't care about us. They don't care about all the people. As long as somebody from someplace else come and tell them what to do, they believe that. And the same people in Cayman have more knowledge of those people who come from out of Cayman, because the people in Cayman have knowledge of what happens in the outer Cayman, because they went to school, they got their experience there, and they have experience in Cayman. So I saw it out of it. I saw out of it. I have reached a point where I just laid back now.
Wow.
You understand what I mean?
Yes, sir. Oh, definitely.
Yes,
We
yes.
value your contribution, and we enjoy hearing from you. So really appreciate it.
So the other places where I go, and people who know me, so the other places where I go, and they know what I know.
Yep, absolutely. All right.
So thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks, my dear.
Thank you.
We're going to add Mr. Steve there to speed dial because he is full of a wealth of information. So very good. So we're going to, we're waiting here now for the special meeting of Parliament to begin so that we can see if CMR's prediction about Kathy getting that position is correct or not. Let's see if her name is put forward. Like I said, she denied that she was vying for this position. And turns out that denial is futile when people like me actually know the truth. I don't know what y'all be denying for, because you should well know by now, honey child, that I got ears and eyes everywhere. You know what is so funny? People say to me all the time, oh, Sandy, people think you be getting your information from me. They think I'm the leak. And I have to laugh because in the vast majority of situations, who they think is the leak is not the leak at all. I keep telling y'all, don't worry about where the source is coming from. Just worry about whether it's accurate or not. You can tick off your boxes. Sandy got another one right. And I can tell you that 9 out of 10 times we are spot on the money. And that number 10 is either going to be an epic failure. In other words, we're going to get it really wrong. Or it almost goes so. Just a little something is off with it, but not much. And that's just how it works, folks. But we'll see exactly what the deal is here in a minute as the special meeting of Parliament of the 2022-2023 session begins. They're actually going to be sitting in December. So this is why this is happening today. It's important, good people, that we are aware of how the process works and that we understand politics, because politics in this country is your life, in the sense that, politicians sneeze, you're the one catching a cold. Morning, caller. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well, but first of all, good morning to Mr. Danny Warren. Good morning, sir. And good morning to Dr. Macfield, who just... And let me say no. Poor Miss Kathy. I'm thinking now that you're talking specifically, because I just tuned in, about the situation where the was out of time. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, Denny brought that up. That's not specifically what I was speaking about, but Denny did bring that up. And, his sentiments are that, and I mean, pretty much Steve Macfield agreed with him, that what Kathy did, and I'm glad that's why I wanted Mr. Steve to explain it, because now I can backtrack and I can go to Parliament and I can say, ahead of that last meeting, was there any written notice from McKeeva Bush to say that he would not be available, or he was stepping down for that specific session that would have been held, regarding his what's it called? His vote of no confidence, etc. How did the presiding over of that session go?
The whole Cayman wanted to know that, except for the higher ups. They seem to have known it. But the whole Caymanian who got two brain cells to rub together and hippocampus exists. What same solitary thing. Even me, it seems to be a conflict of interest can exist if your sister were working in the storeroom and you get a job sweeping up the yard. But all this can go on at such a high level, and there is no conflict of interest story on that end. The whole world, I really don't know what these guys are doing, but and from that perspective, I wonder if Miss Kathy wasn't just thrown under the bus, knowing the position, might not have the confidence, and still relied on people that You know, that's what I see.
Well, if that is the case, let me ask you a question now. If that is the case, does that now not concern you that maybe she's not ready for the role that now she's being put up for today? Is that not a legitimate question? Because if people can so easily manipulate her because she's still green in the world of politics, which I'm saying I'm sure that she is, and that's to be expected. You don't become a seasoned politician like a Miss Kiva Bush overnight. That is 40 years in the making. That is 40 years of being cut off at the knees by your own friends. And hold on, we got to make Danny join in the call. 1 second. That's 40 years in the making of being cut off at the knees by your own friends and colleagues, because there are no friends in world politics. You know what I mean? In the political arena. But it also means knowing the standing orders, as Mr. McField said, knowing when the standing orders is silent on a point, that then you look to this, you look to that. You know, it is something to be said. We have another caller. Hold on, let's bring them all in this morning. There is something to be said, folks, for actually being qualified to do a job, even as a politician. All right, Denny, you're up next. Briefly, because we've got other people. What are your thoughts on this point that Charlene is making?
Morning, Miss Charlene.
Morning, sir.
I just want to answer your question, Sandra. Is she ready?
Yes.
I think her behavior answers that question.
Okay.
No. Just simply because being in that position is a very important one. And integrity, courage, and the desire to be accurate in what one does is extremely important. I've watched the House of Commons for years. So I know how I've seen for extended periods of time how competent speakers have to perform, and the knowledge and the command of language necessary is just mind-boggling. And I'm not saying that she couldn't ever be speaker. I'm just saying, and I don't dislike her. I actually like her. Okay, but how can I defend that action? Can't. That's all I have to say for today.
All right. Next caller, you're also on the line. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, sir. What's your take on all this?
Well, I think Ms. Kathy is the bearer of all the bad news and all but it is not specific to her, because she is operating with a team. And even if she got the calculation wrong, and the premier came out and defended the position when he said that it is what it is. Let us move on. I mean, you just can't move on from something as outrageous as this, because even if the motion were heard, they had the numbers to defeat the motion.
Yeah.
And I can't understand for the life of it why they never allowed the motion to be heard and voted it down.
The only thing that I can say, which was Denny's point, and I have to agree with him on this, is the only reason why you would not do it is because the individual members did not want to go on record as saying, yes, remove McKeeva Bush. Even if they were saying so privately, they didn't want to go on the record. That would be a permanent record of the Hansards forever. And I think that that's a sad indictment, because I would love to know where they all stood on the position in a public way.
Yeah, they keep that one close to their chest.
Right. So they tell me privately where they stand, but I would want them to vote in a House of Parliament and put it, because, you know, let's be honest, for some of them, that might mean the end of a particular relationship that they have with Mr. Bush. They may no longer be able to take these trips to Honduras and Jamaica and God knows where else with him, because, you know, Mr. Bush, he can be very cutthroat himself. And so, you know, without a doubt, that would have seared their relationship in a particular way. But I mean, the truth has to stand, you know, we all wanted to know.
Yeah, but like Ms. Charlene said, and you suggested, I would like to know how Ms. Kathy got to preside over that session of the House, because that's a hidden part of the whole process. I would very much like to know, because the speaker was still the speaker as far as everybody are aware. He was still the speaker up to such a point. So how there is so much unknown with that particular issue, and it brings into question our democracy. I mean, it is as important as that is.
I'm going to do a little bit more digging, because perhaps the point that we're all missing is that the proper documentation was filed. But of course, like I said, Parliament isn't really updating their website. I see nothing of what is transpiring here today, even on the website. And I looked after midnight last night. So unless someone quick time put it up this morning, the order papers are not there for today. So I would say, just give me 1 second. I see Mr. Balika wanting to join in as well. So what I would say in relation to that is, you know, unless we are wrong on that point, then it is a situation.
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Wait, we've got.
Yes, I'm just joining in. I'm listening. I'll come in if I can later.
Okay. Yeah, we've got a few callers on the line, but what I was going to say is, unless we can find evidence to the contrary, that, you know, Mr. Bush had already submitted documentation to say he would not have been presiding over that session, he was stepping down, then that would have been then given according to, you know, we will, you know, we will heed to the knowledge and legal experience of Mr. McField.
My only question is, let's assume, because there isn't anything else, let's assume that Mr. Bush didn't step down, and we know what transpired. How do we view those particular processes? Are they legally binding? What about them? I mean, is it just willy-nilly with this whole situation now?
Well, it shouldn't be. Mr. Balika, perhaps you can answer that question for us.
I don't know if I can answer it, but let me see if I can join the discussion in a general way and see if it will come within the whole code on there. You see, the problem in Cayman basically is accountability. There's a lack of accountability across the board. And I think the way to view it first and foremost is, what does the law say about complying with the law? Under Section 121 of the Penal Code, it says that if you deliberately violate the law, you are guilty of the criminal offense. And you can go to jail for it. Okay, Section 121. There is also 118 of the Penal Code and Section 13 of the Anti-Corruption Law, which says, even if you do not really violate a particular aspect of the law, but if you do something that as a public officer is a breach of trust, that also is a criminal offense. Now, why do they have those provisions in? It is because, in particular, if the law is clear, you are supposed to follow it. You can't say, well, I don't understand it, or I have to go to a lawyer, or I have to go to court. You must comply with it, because otherwise, what is the point of making a law that is in black and white, and somebody can say simply, I don't see what you are seeing here. Okay? That is a fundamental problem. That's why I agree with those people who have said, look, if you make a mistake like this, you must correct it. Parliament operates by way of precedent. That decision she has made is now part of the record, in Parliament. And the next, if we had our own in Cayman, our own version of Eskin May Cayman version, that letter would go in that Eskin May Cayman edition to say this is what the meaning of clear days is. Do you see? I mean, so in other words, other speakers will have to follow it. Now, let us imagine that Kathy stays in that role for 10 years. It means that will never be corrected because she doesn't want to be corrected. But the new speaker who comes in might say, oh, no, I will have to correct this. Do you see? It's like the law will remain wrong for 10 years. I mean, that's not what you want. But all of that, you see, if you look at the problem with removing Mr. Makiva Bush, it was like pulling teeth. And today he's supposed to be presiding. If there was proper accountability, he should have gone very early. there would have been there should have been a motion in there to remove him, and he was removed. Ministerial code of conduct. They put that ministerial code of conduct in place, right? They said, well, we want ministers to be accountable. Under section paragraph 2.6 of the ministerial code of conduct, it says that all decisions of public authorities must be transparent. Was it transparent when that minister crashed his car and then the premier is showing up and then they don't take a breathalyzer test? Was that transparent? No, it wasn't transparent. They breached the code of conduct, but there's nobody who was held accountable. You can write all these documents. It doesn't matter if people are not going to be held accountable. Now, for example, at the moment, every member of the public in Cayman is entitled to complain against any judge who does something they don't like. Under section 106.10 of the Constitution, there's a duty for the Judicial and Legal Services Commission to draw rules which govern that complaint. It's in the Constitution. Okay, when you apply for a liquor license, planning, ombudsman, FOI, there are rules, but the judiciary doesn't have rules. And for 6 years now, the government has been told, you make rules so that people can complain. And the government hasn't done anything for 6 years. And yet we are sitting here today again talking about accountability and putting this and that in place and so on. At the end of the day, you can write it all down. But if you can't be held accountable to be held to what you write down, it's totally rubbish, and stop doing it and stop telling people that you are governing when you are not governing. Sorry, I'm getting worked up, but thanks very much. I'll let you go. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So
Thank you.
again, another perspective there. Charlene, I think you're the last of the Mohicans on this call, but we are waiting for Parliament to start. Doesn't look like they're starting on time. It's already 10 o'clock and they haven't started yet. So what we'll do is we've got until 11 o'clock on the radio, and then we'll be automatically cut off. So we'll continue. If they start before 11, you guys can hear some of the proceedings. And I suppose if they don't start before 11, we will just air it on our social media platform. So very, very interesting comments there, I must say, from from our contributors. Yes.
Can I just get a quick word here?
Sure.
It seems to me that this situation leaves this country in a conundrum. Another legal conversation. But how we sit here right now, while I sit down here talking, it seems to me like we still have to go to the great old man of the mountain, because we're like a sports team here who only got the team. We don't have the extras. We're not deep. And I think everybody understands that. We're not deep with this kind of knowledge and somebody to, quickly put in position and place, and who can jump in feet first and begin to work day one. I think that's what went wrong with this lady, I'm really killing her, because I think I had the knowledge, the experience, and the confidence, and as somebody mentioned, the courage to say it don't look right, it don't feel right, and other people exactly knew what they were doing. I fancy that, and I feel sorry for her. I feel sorry for my country. And we really need to go deeper. We need to train people and have them there.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, let me just say this, yes, thank you so much, Charlene, for those comments. Let me just say this, folks. I think that one of the sad indictments of us as a people is sometimes you have to know, especially in the world of politics, you've got to say no when to say no. You understand me? You have to know, K-N-O-W, when to say N-O. So not everything that somebody brings to you, even in terms of a position, should you take on board. If you're not qualified, you're not ready, you're first-time MPs, you've got a parliamentary secretary position, which you get paid an extra $1,000 a month. Now you're going to get extra money to be Speaker of the House. Maybe you're taking on too much and you've not sufficiently given yourself time to learn the ropes. And it's not all about the position and the money. It is about the experience and being able to bring value to those things. And so I do think that, sometimes people are simply not ready. And you yourself have to know your readiness. You have to understand what you're bringing to the table and your level of experience. So, that's my take on it. I don't know. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. 936-2626 is the telephone number. If you have a position on this, what do you think? Again, we're hearing this morning that Kathy Ann Wilkes will be the next speaker in all likelihood. The government carries the numbers, so I don't even know if the opposition will bother putting forward anyone. And we hear that John Seymour will be up for the position of deputy speaker. So one person says here, if she takes up that position, how can she help her people? Now she can't vote on anything. Shaking my head. Tactics and money. Another person says, I was misunderstanding Dr. Steve for a minute, but now I got it. Okay. Another person says, correct. Catherine is not ready. They agree. So, maybe she doesn't know. And this is why in the world of politics, folks, you've got to have really honest people that you surround yourself with, because people sometimes have to step in and say to you, instead of them overinflating your ego and tell you, yeah, you go for it. You're a woman and that's the only reason you should get it. Some people think that too. You're a woman, go for it. Maybe they need to step back and say, you know what? You're going to do yourself more of a disservice if you take this. You're a first-term MP. You're struggling with maintaining staff at your MP's office. You're struggling with, like, when you have to do events, doing stuff last minute. And, it's the struggle is real. And I don't want to take away from what it takes to be an MP, because, there's a lot of demands, competing demands on your time and resources, et cetera. So I don't want to make it sound like it's easy, but if you are well organized and you have a well organized machinery and a good support team in place of people that you surrounded yourself with, and not people just looking for a job or looking for a quick paycheck, then you will find that your life will be a lot easier. And sometimes it takes a minute to find your groove, right? It takes a minute to find the right person in your office. It takes a minute to surround yourself with a team of committee members who are going to be supportive and who are going to be there for you and all this other stuff. If you listen to what the streets are saying, I can tell you that even Kathy's committee members have literally all fallen away. And a re-election bid for her might be much more of a challenge than she realizes. Knowing all of these things, why on earth would you even express an interest and take up the position of Speaker of the House? You are committing suicide, political suicide. You're shooting your own self in the foot. And when, the next election in 2025 brings certain things to pass, you will find that you will have no one to blame but yourself. You want to blame all sorts of other people, but you will, in fact, have no one to blame but yourself. They're cautionary tales that we can all learn from the past experiences of other MPs. So, for example, look at Tara Rivers. We all had such high hopes for Tara. And I hate to talk about, as a woman, I understand the extra level of difficulties for women when women get in politics. We are mothers and we have to carry that load. And trust me, just because you're an MP doesn't mean that you're any less of a mother, right? You have to carry that load. You're running your households. Sometimes you've got, spouses and whatever, they're not as supportive as they could be, and they're not pulling their load. So it is a lot. Most men are in a much better position because they can focus just on politics. They can focus just on that career. They've got a wife at home who's going to run the household, make sure the kids are sorted out, manage the whole of that. They don't have to worry about any of that. Between, going to political things, if they're an MP or whatever, a parliamentary secretary doing those sorts of things, or a minister, they can do all of that with the full support, knowing that the house not gonna fall apart. There's somebody there minding the children, making sure the laundry gets done. Women don't oftentimes have that additional help. So I do understand from a woman's perspective what is expected of us as business owners and as even members of this community. And you have to be realistic about all of these things. But I mean, look at Tara. Her political career was nothing short of a failure. And nobody can say anything different. This young lady came out with all guns blazing. Almost. Remember when she was first elected? Almost took out McKeeva Bush. Almost took out McKeeva Bush. Remember at one point she was surpassing him in the polls? This is when we still had the 4-member constituency. And everybody's like, oh my God, is Tara going to actually be the first elected member? And then it was at the very end that McKeeva kind of edged her out, but not by much. So she chipped away at him really, really good in that first, the first time she ran, she didn't get in. So this would have been her second go round, right? I think that's how it was. Anyway. And then she got in there and it was like one letdown after the next, up to the point that by her second term, she had to resign. People are like, girl, we're going to vote you out so quick that your head going to spin. So rather than take the shame of being voted out, she decided to step down and to resign. And they had a nice cushy deal set up for her over at Walker's. Kudos to her for being able to broker that, honey child, because most of y'all are not going to be in a position to broker that kind of deal. But I kind of see this as a repeat of history. I see this happening again with MP Wilkes. And I think that, if she was a little bit more politically savvy, not book smart, but politically savvy, she would tread very, very carefully on what she takes on and what she decides to do. Girl, this is true of all politicians. That first term that you're in, work in your constituency. Make sure every voter knows how to reach you. You're answering your phone or somebody's answering your phone for you. You are getting things done at the constituency level. Then you seek promotion. Then you start seeing how you can go into a little bit of a higher position. You seek to advance yourself too fast, too quickly. It's often at your own detriment in the world of politics. All right, so Johan is in the house. He says, Denny, who would you name as speaker if you were emperor? He goes on to say, hey, Sandy, exceptions include, for me, Marlon Hill plus me. No, honey child. We're absolutely no exceptions in this regard. I understand the complexities of my role as a woman, as a wife, as a mother. And this year, in fact, I had to admit, because CMR, my full-time job, which includes this talk show, it takes up a lot of my time. And I'm very, very busy. If I was just printing and typing up stories, I would have more time on my hands. But because we're involved in this community, we're helping people, I get phone calls day in and day out from people. You guys, you wouldn't believe me unless you sat with me for a day. And you see the workers calling. We're not getting paid pension and insurance. I'm having surgery tomorrow. My employer doesn't have my insurance paid up. I mean, it is a constant. So I have to balance myself. My husband has certain expectations. He's like, you can't put CMR before this family. And that's the God's honest truth. And so there are times when it has, even in my own relationship, caused a little bit of strife. And he says, family first, not work. And you got to pull back. So one of the decisions I had to make this year is I can't do it by myself. So after all these years of only having a part-time helper that came in once a week, I finally said, I need a full-time helper. I need someone in the mornings who can get breakfast going, who can make sure Gianna is dressed, looking decent, home care, hair combed, teeth brushed and out the door. And I had to accept my limitations. So quite the contrary, Johan, there are no exceptions. Women have a lot on their plates, and there's a lot of expectations of a woman that sometimes don't exist, oftentimes do not exist for men. And you have to recognize your limitations. And even with the most supportive husbands in the place and the world, we still find that those societal expectations and limitations exist. And there's some evenings that I want to do something. I wanted to go to the basketball classic on Wednesday, like the final match, and I intended to go. And I couldn't go because Marlon had to work late and I had to pick up Gigi, get her ready for bed, go through the bedtime routine. So I wasn't able to go. And so there's always a give and take in this world. And, you know, in the world of politics, the voters don't necessarily care about those things. This is the difference. The voters are not going to care about what support system you have in place or not. They've elected you because you put yourself out there voluntarily to do a job. And you have said, I'm going to get this, this, and this, and this done for you. I'm going to be your voice, blah, blah, blah. And then when you start to slip and you're not really doing much of anything, they're going to go, oh, honey child, you're not performing. You're not ready. And there's a difference. You always have a choice for people who might be listening to this program like Johan, who thinks that the rules don't apply to you. No, the rules apply to everybody. But you always have a choice. Nobody puts a gun to your head and said, you must run for politics. That is your decision. You can choose careers in this world that will be a 9-to-5 career for you. You know, you can choose careers that give you your summers off. You want all your summer breaks, become a teacher. You know, you might have some other headaches, but there are trade-offs that you can make in life. And so you have to understand what you're taking on, what you're up for, and decide from there. Alejandro says, exactly. Parliament still hasn't started. On another note, I was looking at the order papers on the website here for Parliament, and I must be going to the wrong website, honey child, because there is no way in God's green earth that this could be the correct website. So y'all need to help me out now and tell me if I have gotten this wrong. Because I'm here looking at this site. Let me show y'all now what I'm looking at. And first of all, it says Legislative Assembly of the Cayman Islands. So maybe this is the wrong website because that's no longer the case. It's not Parliament. Has nobody redone this government website? And I'm the only one who's noticing it this morning. Why does it say Legislative Assembly and not Parliament? Mind you, I'm inclined to believe it's the correct website because it does have 2022 to 2023 on it, but there's no order papers listed. So we are no longer Legislative Assembly. It says orders of House business, order papers to the meetings of the Cayman Islands Legislature. Even the wording remains wrong. Is this the right website? Or what am I looking at here? This has got to be the wrong website. Because this talks about Legislative Assembly, and now it's Parliament. But it has stuff listed, order paper, October. So it has the ones from October. So this website, it is sort of being updated, although it doesn't have the current stuff that's happening now for today's session. Can somebody please get to government and tell them it's no longer the Legislative Assembly? It's actually called Parliament now. So they need to change the wording up there from Legislative Assembly to Parliament, and everywhere else, even in the footer and the other places in the website, that needs to be changed. When did we switch over from it being Parliament to Legislative Assembly? It's been at least a year or two. During COVID time, surely y'all had time to work on this website. This is just a little issue that I take with the civil service, because this is not the politicians. The politicians don't update this stuff. The civil service are supposed to be making sure that these things are in order. You mean to tell me every single day somebody's sitting here uploading stuff to this website? Order paper, the first sitting Friday, October the 7th, Monday, October the 10th. And y'all sitting here staring at this website, and nobody has noticed for the past 2 years that the name doesn't say Parliament. It's not even correct. The URL still says legislativesssembly.ky. And if this is the wrong page, which, like I said, now I'm doubting that it's the wrong page because it is being updated up to 2022, you change the URL. You make it right. You redirect that page. This is the slackness that happens in our government, in the civil service. This is why a lot of us are like, this not no world-class civil service. This is a joke. Tomfoolery. So I Googled Parliament order paper Cayman. I'm looking for Parliament, and that's what comes up. Let me see. Is there parliament.ky? Let me see. Parliament.ky. Nope. It read parliament.ky. Listen how stupid this is now. Redirects you to legislativesssembly.ky. So that means that someone took the time to acquire parliament.ky. Let's go to GoDaddy and see. It must be Cayman Islands government, whoever they pay to do all their web stuff. Acquired it, and instead of actually changing the URL, changing the name, Yeah. They have it parked, is what we call it in the world of IT. And they redirect it to the incorrect name. Jeez, peace. Y'all do see why sometimes I do get a little bit frustrated with the entire system because it don't make no sense. Why would you do that? Instead of doing it the correct way, yeah? Having it be parliament.ky. You take the correct name and redirect people to the old name website, which is actually wrong. I tell you. Cayman. This is why. This is why sometimes people look at us and say that we are a bunch of people running around in grass skirts. Because some of the most basic things we cannot get right. I'm not asking for perfection, because if I tell y'all how many times a website is wrong and how many times I have to message people on the DL and say, listen here, fix this website, please. And you guys never even hear about it, you'd be shocked. Miss Darlene McKenzie says, morning, everyone. Sandy, don't make your blood pressure go up today. The old time saying, give them the rope and make them hang themselves. But let me ask you a very pertinent question now. The civil service hang themselves, and who suffers? I mean, we're talking figuratively here. They don't get fired. They don't get reprimanded. Nothing ever happens to the ones that should be out the door. You know who they putting on leave? The ones that you go, oh, these are all women that you're putting on leave. What's going on here? I got that FOI sitting in my inbox. I soon have to divulge that to y'all. No consequences. Again, we keep circling back to this. What are the consequences for not doing your job? Government outsources most of their websites, but somebody in the ministry has to give the instructions to that company to update this website. Here's what we need done. I'm sure they have them on a retainer, on a contract, and yet we see outdated information on boards and other things all the time. You know, at what point do we say, come on now, get your act together? Alejandra says, you know what scams look like, right? I don't like that nice program. Well, I don't know, honey chill. Darlene says, Sandy, maybe you need to get the government contract too, up to date the government website. No, I'm not saying this because I want to do somebody else's job. I don't want to do their job. It's just very pertinent. It's, it is very apparent to me, I should say, that this is one area in which the government regularly falls down on. And if people listen, the internet is an amazing resource. That's how people get their first line of information. And if you can't even keep your websites up to date and information current and up to date, it's like, come on now. And then you're not answering your phone. Let's not forget that. So it's not like you can reach a real person who's actually going to answer the phone either. I have no interest in doing that job. I'm just saying to get it done. This past week, mistakes happen, but sometimes people frustrate us. I had put in my business license, one of my business licenses, and they had said to me that I hadn't sent in the corporate documents along with it. So this was earlier this month, and I'm like, okay. Pretty sure it requested it, and I uploaded in the portal, but let me not even question it. I'm going to send it by email. So I replied. I sent the memorandum and articles of association, all the stuff that they requested. So imagine my shock and surprisation when earlier this week, they sent me another email saying that my application has been deferred again because I didn't attach a stamp copy. So I think what it was is I sent in copies, but they weren't stamped because now they do everything electronically, right? So it's an electronic stamp. And they're like, oh, we need a stamped version. So I resent everything. Then they come back saying that we didn't get the stamped version of your memorandum and articles of association. And I said to myself, well, that's strange because I'm sure you've asked for that before. And if I replied, I would have sent it. So I go back into my emails, find the email of October the 8th at such and such a time. And sure enough, I did send it. So I call DCI, Department of Commerce and Investment, they who issue business licenses. And I finally got a person. I said, listen, I sent this on October the 8th already. Now I'm getting another email to say my application has been deferred yet again. When I've sent this documentation, what gives? Okay, Miss Sandy, 1 second, let's check. 2 seconds later, oh yes, you did send it. I'll relist it at the next meeting. Okay. I was like, oh, okay, let's get on it now. Because you basically deferred me for no fault of my own. Someone didn't see the email. 2 emails were sent. Apparently they saw one because some of the documents, were not in this last correspondence, is still outstanding. But the second email that sent, because the Amendment Arts is a larger document, so I had to send it under separate email cover. They didn't see that one. Get it together. That's all we're asking. So it doesn't look like Parliament is going to be starting on time this morning, folks, which is unfortunate because I'm sure a lot of our radio listeners would have loved to have heard some of it. Miss Lucille says, Sandy, I can see why you come out with your hair on your shoulder this morning to make trouble. Good morning. Keep calm. God bless. By the way, I just had my hair done. That's why it's looking a little bit shinier. I had it treated and put in, colored up the grays and stuff like that. So you guys know I've been going through this natural hair journey, right? Where I'm no longer using any chemical relaxers in my hair. So what you see is just blow drying. And you know the funny thing is, it blow dries so straight anyway. Go to Rocio. She'll get you straightened out. And she puts a nice little treatment in it that I don't have to do anything more. I can just keep it natural and keep it blow dried and I'm good to go. But it has been growing because remember when I had to cut it. Hello, sir.
Hello. Well, first of all, I'm trying to keep you company because I see that the Parliament. Yeah, it looks like they're on side in time. I know places, Sandy, where you could keep your time depending on when the speaker says, everybody else arrives, But the Cayman Parliament, at least 30 minutes is not too bad. Okay, I just thought that I should add something which is very important to the discussion regarding the speaker. There is a law which was already commenced. You know about it. It's called the Attorney General's Reference of Questions Law 2012. And I'm looking at the website here. It was actually commenced, and it was commenced on, the date is not important, in November 2012, 8th November 2012. And what this does is it allows the Attorney General a power to refer certain questions to a court if those questions relate to, and by court it means Court of Appeal. Certain questions which may be referred to by the attorney. It's a short section. It says the Attorney General may, with the approval of the Governor and Cabinet, refer to the Court of Appeal for hearing and consideration any question of law or fact concerning one, A, the interpretation of the Constitution, B, the constitutionality or interpretation of any law, or C, which is what might be relevant here with the Cassie case, any other matter that the Attorney General thinks fit, whether or not that matter is in the opinion of the court similar to the matter set up out above or not. So this is like any question that the Attorney General thinks that deserves to go to the Court of Appeal so that it is clarified. He could have used his power under Section 3 to refer that matter to the Court of Appeal. So he would have said, oh, you know what, this is controversial, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are some issues. Steve McPhail has raised an issue as to whether you have the power to do it. There's also the issue as to what the meaning of clear days is. Under Section 3A of this law, I got the approval of Cabinet to send it to the Court of Appeal so that they can give an opinion. Why pass a law like this if you will never use it for something as important as that? I mean, that is precisely the sort of thing that you needed to use this law to refer the matter to the Court of Appeal.
1 second. It seems like they must have changed the link because people are saying that Parliament has started. Yeah. So they must have changed the link.
Okay.
And apparently,
I'll let you go. I've made my point. I think.
Oh my
God. I've made my point. I hope you can pick this up. Okay. Yes. Take care.
Oh my God, I hate when they.
Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. So they changed the link on us at the YouTube feed. This is another GIS mess. And so everybody says, Sandy, you're missing the hot mess that's going on in Parliament. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I was wondering why they were so late. So hold on. Something going on with McKeeva again. Oh, geez, on peace. This man is like, he better be careful, you know. He better be careful. God gonna soon do something to him. He is always in mix up in the worst way. Hold on now. Oh my God. What is this now? Chairman of what? Can the people in the radio hear me okay? Hear this
Deputy
feed?
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise to second the nomination for Sir Alden McLaughlin, constituency of Red Bay.
What on earth?
The Honourable Member for Red Bay. Are you
Nothing
willing
on
to
radio. All
accept
right,
the
hold on a
nomination?
second. Let me.
Thank you, Mr.
Gotta
Chairman.
change this feed again. All right, tell me now if you guys can hear that on radio.
Nominations have been made. Are there any other nominations? If not, can we have a
All right, so he has muted himself. Yeah, no, Mac has muted himself for those of you on radio who are like, what's happening?
Can I ask for a motion to close the nomination? The Honourable the Deputy Premier.
Morning. I move that nominations be closed.
Motion has been made for nominations to be closed.
Hear the joke now. The Kiva's going to chair the election
Are
for
all
speaker.
in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
I tell you,
The
what a
ayes have
friggin'
it.
mess.
Nominations are now closed. So we go through the process again for the vote. Do you keep the paper you have? Are you satisfied with that? And still nobody want to take my vote? I think just give us a few minutes then to collect. That's where we're at.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is it not required that scrutineers be appointed?
Yes, well, I think you'll get to that part of it next, after we collect them, we'll appoint the scrutineers. There's one other matter, and again, the clerk has brought it to my attention, but I don't know if there's a rule that actually stops the chair in this instance from casting his vote.
What a mess. No, sir.
So out of abundance of caution,
Looks like it's
we'll
full house this
leave as
morning in
is, as
Legislative
normal that the
Assembly.
presiding officer do not vote.
Okay. So let's see who's on the opposition side. I wonder if the camera could pan down a little bit more, but looks like everyone is there, which is good.
We leave as is. One more time that you take me my vote. Please bear in mind we need one from. Let me inquire from the House. Do you want one from either side to be, or do you want the two clerks to be the scrutineers, or the AG, not the AG, and the deputy? Deputy.
You have to wonder if they really have any
acting
rules.
governor.
Because
Is that okay?
wouldn't this be set?
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As per the standing orders.
Yes.
you would
What does the
normally
standing
see
order
the
say?
AG and the acting deputy or the deputy governor. And since the parliament has not been called to order to swear in the acting deputy governor, ultimately from an authority perspective, only the AG is able to preside as a scrutineer.
Their
So
volume is
I
a
would
little bit
suggest
low
that
for some
the
reason,
AG and the
but it's
clerk
turned up as
would
much as
have
it is
one
going to
of the clerk
go.
members be the two scrutineers as per the standing orders that is necessary for two.
And I've got it all the way up on my side too. So weird.
Mr. Chair.
Member for Red Bay.
Hopefully you
Been a
guys
while
can hear
since we've
okay.
done this, but as far as I recall, the appointment of the scrutineers requires a resolution of the Parliament, so that this Parliament resolves that the Honorable Attorney General and whoever else it is
Looks like all the oppositions there, all 6 of them.
conducting the election.
Beautiful to see this morning.
The point has been made that
it can't be, Mr. Chairman. It can't be that a member gets up and says, I want so and so and I want so and so. It must be a resolution.
Tell them there, Alden.
But certainly we can take that suggestion in the form of a resolution. And that's what I was taking it as. And the member did make a very valid point. The point is that the House has not been called as yet. And the deputy governor is not in the seat.
Is the deputy governor going to be there today?
Has not been appointed as such. So, at this point in time, rather than me receive any more licks from the bunch of you, let me ask the AG to make a ruling.
I'm about to say McKeeva's salty today. Licks from the bunch of Anna. The bunch of you. Yes, sir. Take your licks, Bobo. You used to by now. That's all right.
I don't think that our standing orders is saying anything in that regard, though. However, yes.
So the AG is checking the standing orders?
I think our standing orders are silent. And I don't recall that we've done as a member for Red Bay suggested the last couple of times. But I think it leaves to the House to accept that way forward. And the way forward is for a member to make a nomination as to who would be. And at this point, rather than hold up this House any longer, I'm going to ask that a motion be made to nominate the AG and someone else. The clerk. And so at this point.
Okay. All right, folks.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Minister of Culture.
To prevent any future games or stuff being said that is not so, maybe we nominate the premier and they nominate the leader of the opposition and they can scrutinize it. Simple, so everybody
No.
decides. Simple. That make him happy.
Yes.
It's not about making somebody happy. What do the
That would be
rules
very
say?
clear, except that they are voters in this process.
Yeah, so they can't be scrutineers. Lord Jesus, this is a prime example of us electing people who really not qualified. I keep telling y'all, they have not even taken the time to understand Parliament.
I am really
the
not
standing
as the
orders.
presiding person here. I am not satisfied that we should go the route of putting someone as a scrutineer that is not yet a member of the House. The clerk is more official than the deputy governor at this point in time. And I would ask the House to bear with me and the government and the opposition to allow that nomination to go forward. There will still be a nomination for the Attorney General and the clerk to be the scrutineers.
Mr. Chairman, I have no objection.
Mr. Chair, with that being said, I would like to move a motion to nominate.
Why is McKeeva chairing the meeting?
And
Effectively acting as speaker at this time.
Of the voting process for the new speaker of this honorable house.
The motion has been made that the Honorable the Attorney General and the clerk be our
I hope
scrutineers.
y'all.
You say
I
aye.
hope y'all see.
Those against, the ayes have it. Our scrutineers are the Honorable Attorney General and the clerk.
I hope y'all see the point here, right? That despite what y'all want to say about McKeeva and et cetera, at the end of the day, the man is still wielding a considerable amount of power because for right now, he is essentially presiding over this as chairman, as though he is speaker. So Selvin said he's not as speaker, but rather as father of the house. What? Tell me right now, what is the difference? He is presiding over the proceedings. And for all intents and purposes, exactly what the speaker does. But anyway, what can you do? Alejandro says, I respect this dude. I don't care what anybody say. Well, he's got to be respected for being the best player, political player, maybe that we've ever had. You know, which I don't know if you want to take that as a compliment or not, because that means you're a cutthroat kind of person when it comes down to it. But he understands
The
the
Honorable
game.
Catherine A. Ebanks Wilkes.
That's right, Anthony. Knowledge is power. Who else we got?
The Honorable Catherine A. Banks Wilkes. The Honorable Catherine A. E. Banks Wilkes.
So our radio listeners, that show is now ended. Caller, we're still on air.
Miss Sandy?
Yes, we're still on.
You know,
we're still live.
Ballot.
Oh, but
paper.
the radio gone to Bobo.
Yeah, I know. They ended that automatically at 11, but we're still live on social media.
Oh, so you can hear me still. They can hear me still.
Oh, yes.
No, it's just it is sad the pride and the
Honorable Sir Alden
obnoxiousness,
McLaughlin.
haughtiness of this person. You know, it is pathetic. You know, refusing to really bow a knee. They say he said effective immediately he was stepping down.
The Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Who allows this? Who's above
let
him?
Let me just.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, we're still listening to the proceedings. So it looks like a few votes coming in for Alden, actually. So the opposition was putting Alden fourth, I guess. Interesting.
Honorable Catherine A. E. Banks Wilkes.
Okay. So the radio feed will be off by now, folks, just in case. So
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
wow.
The Honorable Sir Alden.
Oh gosh, what happened to my little YouTube feed over here? Hold on, we're getting the tally. Let me just pull this back up. That feed dropped for some reason.
The Honorable Catherine A. E. Banks Wilkes. Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin. Tally. The Honorable Catherine A. E. Banks Wilkes. The Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
My apologies, folks. Somehow we just lost the feed there, but the tallying 10 and one blank paper. I don't know who that was, but anyway, one blank paper. Well,
Motion carried by
congratulations.
His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, OBE, to administer the oath of due execution of office to the Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise to move a motion to invite His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, OBE, to administer the oath of due execution of office to the Honorable Speaker.
Motion has been moved. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. Ayes have it. And then we'll wait the arrival of His Excellency the Governor.
Mhm. All right, folks, so sit back and continue to watch the proceedings.
Oath of due execution of office administered to the Honorable Speaker by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, OBE.
I, Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, do swear that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and the people of the Cayman Islands in the office of Speaker of Parliament of the Cayman Islands. So help me God.
So the election of a new speaker is a big and important moment in the history of any jurisdiction. So I just very briefly want to pass on my warmest congratulations to our new speaker, the Honourable Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes. And I know it's a big personal achievement for you, but it's an important moment for our jurisdiction. And I know I speak for everyone wishing you every success, and we will provide you with every support that we can. So many, many congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll just give the speaker a few minutes to robe and return at that point in time. Parliament will officially commence.
Hold on now. All this time I've been talking, y'all can't even hear me. I was just saying while we're waiting on her to robe up and then we come back for the deputy speaker position, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about what's happening elsewhere in the world. So the match with Netherlands and Ecuador has begun, and that is going to be coming up here shortly. And then we have, after that, at 2 p.m., the Netherlands one just started at 11. We've got England and the USA, which should be a big match, at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So two very, very big countries, one a former colony, will be going up against each other. So I'm sure that's going to be a very much anticipated match. So yeah, after this show, I've definitely got to restart this computer. It's doing all kind of weird stuff. I tell you, what a mess. People are what? Oh, got a lot of text messages. I want to reach out to them on your page. I'm being used for my kindness and generosity, and how I being labeled as wrong to loan someone to help them. Oh my gosh. Another loan situation again. Wow. Y'all need to stop loaning money to people. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, folks. So we wait a couple minutes for her to come back in. And then we'll see who speaker is here shortly. Let me just have a quick look at my messages. I gotta get breakfast after this, honey chill. Mhm. Okay. Let me just have a look. So will McLaughlin be deputy speaker? Someone is asking. No. So there will be, now that she is speaker, she will robe up and she will come out. And they will now have the vote for deputy speaker. And we put up an article last night indicating that the person that we know whose name is going to be put forward from the government side is Dwayne John Seymour. And we'll see who the opposition puts forward. All right, so they are back. Let me just see if I can bring the feedback in. And there she is. First time as speaker.
Please be seated. Oaths or affirmations, oath of allegiance, and due execution by Mrs. Gloria McField Nixon, the Honourable Acting Deputy Governor, responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service, to be the temporary ex officio member of the Parliament of the Cayman Islands. I now call on the Acting Deputy Governor to be sworn in as temporary ex officio member, who will take the oath at the clerk's dais. Please stand.
strong female leaders of our country, the Honorable Sybil McLaughlin, the Honorable Edna Moyle, the Honorable Mary Lawrence, and last but not least, my fellow elected member for Key Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, who has always displayed leading with a graceful force. I want to publicly acknowledge all of their efforts, as each of them did their part to pave the way for female parliamentarians. When I was first approached about accepting the nomination of Speaker, my first consideration more experience, and particularly the Minister of Education, who did a phenomenal job as Speaker. I often hear the Honourable Minister of Education refer to her children, and right now, they are her priorities. The second consideration was whether or not this would impact my duties to my constituency. And lastly, I considered the ongoing need to fill the vacancy of Speaker in order to provide stability to our newly autonomous Parliament, which has lots of items on the agenda to be actioned. As fate would have it, a friend of mine was led to share an interview that Speaker Lindsay Hoyle had with a reporter in the UK. The reporter asked him if he finds it hard to advocate for his constituents as Speaker, and he replied by a simple no. He stated that if he needs to advocate for his constituents, he may not be able to say it on the floor of the House, but he has frequent meetings with the Prime Minister, which means that he is able to express the issues of his constituency directly to the head of government. He also stated that he had more access for his people that he didn't have before. Whilst I've always had access to the government, what the words of Sir Lindsay did was give me comfort in knowing that I can still advocate for my constituents of West Bay Central by continuing to work in close daily proximity with heads of government and their ministers. I will have the same benefit to deal with matters at their first and final stages. It was at that stage that I was willing to embrace this opportunity that I had no idea would approach me so early in my political career. I acknowledge the tremendous importance of this position and the need for the Speaker to preside over this House in a matter where fairness is apparent by both sides of this House. I give this House and this country my solemn undertaking that I will discharge my duties diligently, firmly, and fairly. As the former Speaker, Ms. Edna Moyle, stated in her maiden speech, and I quote, "The office of Speaker is an ancient and honorable one, steeped in tradition and convention. It is an intricate feature of our system of governance, and the proper exercise of the functions of this office is critically important, not only to the operations of the Legislative Assembly, but ultimately to democracy itself. It is an awesome responsibility and a position of trust. It is the duty of the Speaker to ensure that fairness, decorum, and decency in the Legislative Assembly and that democracy flourishes. Democracy is not just about majority rule, it is also about minority rights. Certainly, it is the duty of the Speaker to facilitate the work of the government and to ensure that the business of the House gets done in an efficient manner. But importantly, it is also the duty of the Speaker to protect the rights of the minority and to insist that the voice of the opposition in the House is not stifled. Adequate opportunity must be given to the members of the opposition to make their points as forcefully as they deem fit within the bounds of common decency and parliamentary decorum." End quote. This quote best describes for me the impartial nature that the Speaker must possess, and I give an undertaking to this honorable House that I will be fair, and I too will follow in the footsteps of our previous speakers. I also give a commitment to go further than to aspire to lead with integrity and competence, as it is an obligation as leaders, certainly my obligation as Speaker,
to maintain the highest standards of ethical conduct, to continue to serve our people with dignity. Our people expect that we maintain the integrity and competence of the parliamentary profession. The role of the Speaker is not just that of a presiding officer, but also one that should be focused on making it easier for the people of this country to engage with Parliament by improving the operations of Parliament and also by enhancing the office of Speaker. I will work closely with our very capable clerk, Ms. Zina Marin, and the parliamentary team. We will focus to improve access to information and make it easier for the community to engage with this House of Parliament, to learn about the current affairs and our rich parliamentary history. This will be done by launching a much needed new website and creating a greater social media presence. As Speaker, I want to do my part to encourage people to get involved. Every member values the attitudes of our voters to specific issues and political participation. And we are a government with people, and we're for the people. And these tools will give the public added power to make a positive difference in our community. To the public, I want to encourage everyone watching or listening to participate in the development of your country. Express your opinions on the world and how it is governed, and take part in it by shaping the decisions that affect you. As I mentioned, once the new website is launched, this information will be easier to access and also understand. As I approach the closing of my remarks, I want to take a moment to acknowledge my predecessor, the former Speaker from the West Bay West constituency. We thank him for his long service of over 40 years to his constituency and to the Cayman Islands, especially for his speakership for the past 5.5 years and all of his involvement with getting our Parliament to an autonomous standing. I also want to thank my colleague, the Honourable Minister for West Bay South, for allowing me to take part in much of the journey in financial services since election. I've thoroughly enjoyed the many meetings, both local and international, and I certainly feel that I have benefited from this experience. I'm confident that the Minister is able to continue to take our financial services to a position of excellence as he continues to change the false perception that has been hanging over the Cayman Islands for far too long. To the Minister of Education, I thank you so much for your mentorship and for taking the time to explain many processes and procedures to me. Most importantly, thank you for always leading by example, a woman of grace that is a force to be reckoned with, and I think we all seen that here this morning. I once again humbly thank all elected colleagues for their belief and confidence in me in this role. This is indeed a significant achievement in my political career, of which there is much for me to be grateful for. As former Speaker Nancy Pelosi recently stated, quote, "It is time to empower younger leadership," end quote. Today, this has been done in the Cayman Islands. To the people of the Cayman Islands, I will strive to always walk in the steps of all of our national heroes, and I vow to unconditionally serve the people of the Cayman Islands in the House of Parliament and to honor the words of our national hero, the Honorable Sybil McLaughlin, quote, "Whatever you do, do your best," end quote. Thank you.
Nomination and election of the Honourable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament.
Thank you. I now call for nominations for the election of the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Nominations are now open.
Madam Speaker, thank you. It's been a while since I've had to use that term. Thank you. I rise to nominate the member for Bordentown East as the Deputy Speaker.
Does the elected member for Bordentown East accept the nomination?
Madam Speaker, I honorably accept this nomination. I thank the Premier for doing so.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That sounds good. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
But I do rise to nominate the member for Georgetown South as Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House.
Does the elected member for Georgetown South accept the nomination? Oh, sorry. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the nomination for the member of Georgetown South as Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Does the elected member for Georgetown South accept the nomination?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I humbly accept the nomination.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
Madam Speaker, I move the nomination be closed.
Can I get a seconder to that motion?
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
All those agreed that nominations be closed, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Nominations are now closed. As there is more than one person being nominated as the Deputy Speaker, we will now have to proceed by way of ballot. Therefore, we ask that you give us a few minutes as we prepare the ballot papers. Also ask for members to remain in your seats. While members are voting, I would ask the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor to attend the clerk's dais to act as scrutineers. I'd ask for a motion to appoint the scrutineers.
That's a recognize.
Recognize the scrutineers.
No. Me. You didn't give
A call on the Honorable Leader, call on the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, it's good to see you up there in that wig and that gown. I'm really, really proud of you. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor be scrutineers as per the standing orders.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? You don't need it. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. I'll now call on the scrutineers as the ballot boxes are in. Ask for the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor to unlock the box and hand the clerk the ballots as she reads the votes.
Miss Barbara E. Connolly. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Ms. Barbara E. Connolly. 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 Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Ms. Barbara E. Connolly. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour. Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour.
The result of the ballot is Mr. Dwayne S. Seymour, 10, Ms. Barbara Connolly, 6. It is my duty to announce that the elected member for Bodden Town East is hereby elected as the Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament. I look forward to working with the Deputy Speaker in this new capacity.
Government business, motions. Government motion number 2 of 2022-2023.
Miss, sorry. I beg your indulgence to just say a thank you.
You're welcome. You like to say a few words?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to say, just wanted to thank the Premier for nominating me and thank the members who voted for me. This is a long journey and one that couldn't be done without my faith in God. And I want to again thank all my colleagues, but to single out my friend, Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, for her guidance. I want to thank Deputy Premier Chris Saunders and Honorable Kenneth Bryan and Honorable Jay Johanny Ebanks for allowing me to act on their behalf and to be their PS. It has definitely been very encouraging.
Honorable Member for Bordentown East.
Sorry.
I think there will be an opportunity for you to give remarks a bit later down in the proceedings.
Yeah, it was just wrapping, really.
Please proceed.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Bordentown East, thank you for your recognition. I am the representative that can reach different levels and representing this country in Bordentown East to the highest degree. This elevation, as I call it, will allow me to represent you better. I thank the scrutineers. I also congratulate you, Madam Speaker, in being elected as Speaker. And I thank my family for tolerating me. God bless you all. God bless this country.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to raise a matter with regard to the actual the election, just counting the ballots. It seems to me that there were 16 ballot papers, but there's 17 eligible to vote. I mean, there are 19 here, 19 of us, you unable to vote, and we had one absentee.
Have one blank paper, one abstained. I will acknowledge in relation to the votes that there was one blank ballot paper and one abstain, 10 votes for Mr. Dwayne Seymour and 6 votes for Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a matter of clarity to help the proceedings. I think that there was a ballot that was not submitted rather than an abstention. I do not think if the record is being shown to you as an abstention, that would be, in my humble opinion, ill-advised and incorrect. There were 10 votes for the now Deputy Speaker and 10 votes for the nominee and 6 votes for the nominee, which should be recorded as such. And the one that is recorded as absent cannot be recorded as absent unless you're notifying that it's absent because they did not receive it. We are all well aware in the House that a member has chosen not to vote, therefore a ballot was not in the box. And we are just trying to have this for the note and the Hansards in the future if somebody questions the fact of the numbers not adding up as the Leader of Opposition has done. So hopefully that will help clarify for Hansard's purposes that there was nothing wrong in this process. all members have a right to choose not to vote if they want to. It's not a dictatorship, and therefore that should give enough clarification as to the process.
Thank you, member for Georgetown Central. I've also asked that the document be recorded or amended to reflect absent rather than abstain. For the avoidance of doubt, we have one person who did not vote here today, and we have one person who was absent. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, so that members can wrap their head around what just transpired, I had every intention to vote. It was given to me based on my interpretation of the proceedings not going correctly. I then made the decision, as I have the constitutional right to do, not to partake in that aspect of the proceeding. Abstentions can be expressly or implied. I implied an abstention.
Thank you for your explanation, honorable member.
Government business, motions, government motion number 2 of 2022-2023, change in membership of the Public Accounts Committee to be moved by the Honorable Premier.
The Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move government motion number 2 of 2022.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the Honorable Premier wish to speak?
I will move the motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the motion is headed change of membership of Public Accounts Committee. Whereas paragraph 1 of Standing Order 77 provides there shall be a standing select committee to be styled the Public Accounts Committee to consider reports of the Auditor General, A, on the accounts of the government, B, on such other accounts required to be laid before the House as the committee may think fit, and C, on any matter incidental to the performance of his duties or the exercise of his powers as the committee may think fit. And whereas the current Public Accounts Committee, in this motion referred to as the committee, was elected on Friday, 22nd April 2021 and comprised, firstly, the Leader of the Opposition, the elected member, Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown East, Honorable Roy McTaggart as chairman. Secondly, elected member for Georgetown South, Ms. Barbara Connolly. Thirdly, elected member for East End, Mr. Isaac Rankin. Fourth, elected member for Savannah, Ms. Heather Bodden. Fifth, elected member for Boddentown East, Mr. Dwayne Seymour. And sixth, yourself as elected member for West Bay Central. And whereas under paragraph 2 of Standing Order 80, the House is authorized to revoke the appointment of a member to a standing select committee and appoint another member in his or her place. Be it resolved that the Parliament revokes the appointment of the elected member for West Bay Central and elects the member for Georgetown North as member of the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the Honorable Premier wish to speak thereto?
Just very briefly, Madam Speaker, this it is, of course, by standing orders, a requirement that the balance of the composition of the committee be primarily on the government side. With the, I think originally when the member for Bordentown East moved across, we would then have had an imbalance. We should have dealt with this issue previously, but given your elevation and election and elevation as the Honorable Speaker, this now gives us the opportunity to replace your position, Madam Speaker, with the member for Georgetown South to restore the appropriate balances contemplated by the standing orders. Sorry, Georgetown North. Did I say so? Yeah. How could I get that wrong? You don't even have long hair.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to rise expressing our support for the motion before us as well, and to offer my thanks to the Premier for taking the opportunity this time to do so, to rebalance the Public Accounts Committee. So thankful to him and for bringing the motion.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That sounds good. Yes, it does. Madam Speaker, just my contribution to this motion is just simply to highlight for the record of this Honorable Parliament that though this motion has been read as to revoke your appointment from PAC, in normal traditions, we would have given the opportunity as resignation by yourself rather than the Honorable House recording that you have been revoked, because it gives a negative connotation. But Madam Speaker, considering the fact that we're all here in Parliament together, at the same time when you were appointed as the Speaker of this Honorable House, it is implied that the reason is there. But I want the record to show, by no means you were ever questioned about being revoked from this very important committee called Public Accounts Committee, but you had to leave on the basis of leading this country's House of Democracy forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Georgetown Central. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The question is, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just thank members for, thank the member who spoke for clarity, and thank the other members for their tacit support.
Thank you, Premier. The question is, be it therefore resolved that the Parliament revokes the appointment of the elected member for West Bay Central and elects the elected member for Georgetown North as member for the committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Can I have a division, please?
Sure. Madam Clerk, can I ask you to call for a division?
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Honorable Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner. Aye. Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Johanny Ebanks. Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Barney Bush. Absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Mr. Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Borden. Absent. Honorable W. McKeever Bush.
I was not here when the vote was called. Therefore, I was not in my seat.
Apologies. Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh. Mr. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. David White. Absent.
The result of the ballot is 14 ayes. And 4 absentees. The ayes have it. Government motion number 2 of 2022 is duly passed. I will now call on the Honorable Premier to move the adjournment.
Madam Speaker, yes. Madam Speaker, I would rise to move the adjournment of this honorable house, but before doing so, personally, I would wish to extend a few words to you by way of congratulation, and I'm sure other colleagues in this honorable house would wish to do the same. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege and an honor to see yourself elected today as Speaker of this honorable Parliament. I congratulate you, and I have every confidence, as I'm sure I can say on behalf of my government, that you will do an excellent job. You will perform the role admirably. You will maintain dignity and honor. And Madam Speaker, I think the significance of today was probably beyond yourself, as you noted earlier. It is a day which reflects younger people being able to participate at an elevated level within government. Madam Speaker, we had a couple of weeks ago a historic event in Cayman. It was the first time in which we had a female Chief Justice sworn in. And the significance, that was historic at that time. The significance today is equally historic in that we now have two arms of government being presided over by women in this country. I think, Madam Speaker, that is to be recognized, is to be celebrated. As the Minister for Gender Affairs, I am particularly happy about that. As Premier, I am very happy that it has transpired. I celebrate you, and I think I wish for the whole country to recognize the significance of this day and this event. Madam Speaker, I know you mentioned the concern around how you would be able to perform your role as Speaker, as well as maintain and improve your role as we go along as a representative for the people of West Bay Central. And you have referred to the words of no less than Sir Lindsay Hoyle and the challenge that he would face as Speaker of the House of Commons in the UK, and being quite a ways away from his own home constituency. Madam Speaker, I would like the people of West Bay Central to know that I have every confidence that you will be able to continue to perform your role as a representative of the people of West Bay Central, and you will have every support of the government in assisting and meeting their needs as well. I have indicated to you that I would be happy to meet with you regularly to ensure that that is happening. And I certainly intend to keep my word both to you and to the people of your constituency, your own constituents in West Bay Central. Madam Speaker, I don't want to prolong things because I'm sure other members will have a few words they would wish to express, but just to wrap up by saying congratulations again. I am personally very proud of you, and I'm expressing pride on behalf of the government of your elevation to this role, Madam Speaker. And I will say that I started my career for 4 years and beginning my contributions in this House with a reference to Madam Speaker. And as I stood earlier to refer to you as Madam Speaker, it certainly was a nostalgic moment. For me, it was one of those moments that took me back significantly. I'm really happy, even if I by God's grace or otherwise don't end up coming back here, if I can finish by referring to yourself as Madam Speaker for the rest of this term, I'm very happy. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make those comments, and I wish to extend that to others as well.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, on behalf of the opposition, join with the Premier in congratulating you on your elevation to this most important position and role within our Parliament. Like I said, when I first got up, it really sounded good to address the Speaker's position as Madam Speaker. And I've known you for so many years, Madam Speaker, from the time you were much younger, we were all much younger, and to see you grow up and to get to such a position of prominence, not just within this parliament, but within the whole Cayman Islands, is indeed a very joyous time. It's a happy time. I know your family have got to be just over the moon proud of you and for what you have accomplished. So I pledge to you that I will work with you. And I pledge that we will give you the support that we know that you will need. And we will continue always to support you in your work here as well. And I wish you all the very best in your role as the Speaker of this Honourable Parliament. And may you have a very successful term and time here. And I hope you enjoy it, because it is, if you're not enjoying what you're doing, it's difficult to do the job. And so I really, I wish you the very best. That's all I can say in your work. And here to support you in fulfilling that role. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll call on the Honourable Member for West Bay West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me add my congratulations to what has been said. I've known you for many years now. You were best friends with my only daughter, so I knew you from those teenage years. And on losing her, I counted you as one of my own. Just announced too that we are close enough family in that big West Bay. Numbers and numbers of close family. But from then, I knew you to be an intelligent young woman from those teenage years. And on being able to work with you these last, 1 year and more months, I know just how intelligent you are. This job comes with many demands, far too many, in fact, for these small islands. For people believe, without systems, that you are to be elected, you can be the speaker, and then have nothing to say, but yet must tend to every need that is thrown at you because you are an elected person. Well, it don't work that way, because you are an elected person. The speaker is an elected person and has that responsibility. That responsibility do not leave. And so at times you will find it challenging, but I am convinced that because I've seen how you work, I know you will rise to meet those challenges. I know that you can be where you are and that you will still represent the people of West Bay. I have at least 2 years left, I hope. And after that, I'm calling it a day. I'm done. 40 years, 10 years, 10 terms of being elected, 15 years of being directly involved is enough. And so I have announced I won't be running, but you could depend on my help in these next 2 years, plus and thereafter, to assist you in anything to do with West Bay Central. As we stand now, we work well together. You tend to my people come to your office, your people come to my office. As they go West Bay South, they go West Bay North, and those people come to us. We still work as a good community ought to work, and as good elected colleagues ought to work. I hope we can maintain that stand. Madam Speaker, I've said and given you some advice, and I say that again, I say that last year, I said it the beginning of my term before that, we here should not leave our family out. And far too many people expect that. All these many years, my wife has never been on a public platform. Yet, she was my greatest asset as an elected person. She was my rock. She still is. We are moving up in age. I would be nearly 70 at the next election, God willing. I think I've done a lot of good. I've been crucified for some of it, lied about for much of it, and it will continue because our humanity is like that. Bad part members, remember what Gerard said when he was leaving here? Remember what he said? Let it not be so. He said, if a Caymanian cannot be the captain, he will go down in the engine room and wreck the rigging. That was a serious indictment on his departure. Let it not be so. We are too small. And we have moved on from much of that, but far too much of it. Too much glory in seeing this one trampled. Too much. Too much. I will continue to offer advice from the floor as I can at times and ought to at times as a member. And I promise you my continued respect and continued assistance where I can. My friend, the Deputy Speaker, is a longtime friend, grew up in our district. He was one of my footballers on one of my teams that I helped founded, and I was the sponsor of that team. And we got him into our party, and he has done well in serving his people. And I have no doubt that he will bring much to the post, to the office of Deputy Speaker. And so I want to congratulate both of you and offer you again my continued respect and my continued assistance where I can. So, Madam Speaker, part of my thoughts in knowing that I will not be pursuing the next election was to see you in the post. If we had the full support of our members, to see another young person move forward. And that part has taken place. In the next 2 years, I hope to see a few more things done before calling it quits. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for the advice that you've given me. and I know that you're going to perform well. God bless you, God bless your family. And remember what I said, you have to take time for your family. Especially now, you want to have your mom. Even more so now. God bless.
Thank you. Call on the member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to quickly mention a few things in terms of the proceeding this morning. And I first want to thank the former Speaker, the Honorable William McKeever Bush, for serving this country in the many roles that he has over the years. And I want to publicly thank him for his service. Madam Speaker, you're smart, courageous, and passionate about Cayman and about fairness. And I've worked with you in the private sector many years ago. I've known you probably about over 30 years. And we are connected by family. And we've spent many family dinners together over the years. Even your spouse was a member of my football team, Bordentown, many years ago. So connected in many ways. I'm here and I thank the House again for electing me as Deputy Speaker, and I will do whatever is necessary for this country to move along, and I want to work with you in a manner that has never been done before, and hopefully one day you will take a bathroom break and allow me to sit in a seat, unlike what the former speaker didn't give you a chance. And thank God he walked out of the House so I can talk about him. That's what happens. He may come back in, but it was me who nominated and won a female for this post many years ago, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, the Honorable Mayor Lawrence. And yes, it does sound good saying Madam Speaker when I first came to the House. That is what I was used to, and got a little confused even after the first male got in the seat. But I thank you, my friend, and my family is in Bordentown is watching and cheering for you, and pray every day as you sit in that seat and be guided by God and the other members who have experience, whether it's from the opposition or from the government. Get all the advice you can. Thank you for this opportunity and allowing me to say these few words. God bless.
I thank the honorable member. The honorable member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't try to be too long because all the members have highlighted some very important points about your journey to that chair. I think the record should show that it's well deserved, that you have all the necessary qualification to honor that seat in every capacity necessary. But for the Hansards, I think it should be noted that when this government asks you to consider the post as Speaker, the first thing that came to your mouth was, I have to focus on the people of West Bay Central, and your questions about ensuring that they would be cared for and attended to, and that to ensure that us as a government addresses the issues that face them. And it told me from then their priority in respect to your role. Madam Speaker, I want to give my commitment as Minister of Tourism and Transportation and Tourism and Transport that I will do everything within my power to assist your constituents where sometimes you may not have the voice that you would like to have to address particular issues that would normally be addressed in caucus or on the floor of this House. But this sacrifice, which some would consider, is a sacrifice not only for West Bay Central, but for the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman, to be in that seat. And you can see the signs of it already, Madam Speaker, by the way of your address to ensure that the opposition has their fair say in the House of Democracy, which you now lead. Madam Speaker, I'm certain, as I was certain when I came to West Bay Central to stand on your platform to endorse you as a young, strong Caymanian educated woman, that you will do everything that you have said you would do for the people of West Bay Central, just right here in another capacity as the presiding officer of democracy in the Cayman Islands. So I congratulate you as a younger elected member like myself who are hoping to take the country forward in these senior roles. And I'll be happy to continue for the rest of this term to call you Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. And indeed, I join the chorus in celebrating this milestone and on this journey with you. I want to say that it is indeed an honor to stand here to actually address you as Madam Speaker. Our interactions over the past 18, 19 months has been a roller coaster as we both settle in our new roles that have been appointed by the people of the Cayman Islands. But prior to being officially elected into office, my first official interaction with you were actually on the airwaves. And I'll never forget that experience with you where we actually held each other up. We were both somewhat nervous, but quickly we pivoted and identified each other's strengths. And just as that was displayed in the public forum of women supporting women, I give you my word of supporting you in this journey as you elevate and continue to take care of us as now Madam Speaker of the House, and that delicate dance of remaining in an elected role and serving the people of West Bay Central. May God continue to bless you, guide you, and never, ever give up or doubt yourself. Embark on this journey, embrace it wholeheartedly, and the best is yet to come. Congratulations to you on your role and to the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable John from West Bay. Oh, not West Bay, that's Bodden Town East. As you embark as well in this new chapter of your life and in your elected capacity. And I extend the same wishes to you in your role, and we're all here to assist you. All the best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will not be too long. There was a lot of talk about football earlier, and it reminded me that I have a very important 2 o'clock meeting to attend. Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate yourself on your elevation as the Honorable Speaker of this House, and also my friend and classmate across the aisle on his election as being elected as the Deputy Speaker. And truth be told, Madam Speaker, whomever had been democratically elected here today, I would be proud of, because we are all Caymanians and we're all one people. I do also want to point out the honorable leader just made a observation following up on the Premier's comments about the Chief Justice being sworn in as a female and yourself as a young Caymanian woman today. But earlier we also swore in the Deputy Governor as a strong young Caymanian woman as well. I'm young, so. And so we have the three arms of the government all being led by women this morning. And very proud and certainly hold each of you in the highest regard and congratulations.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to call you Madam Speaker. I rise to congratulate you as our Speaker of the House. And I'm also proud today to be a woman, a lady parliamentarian. And I just want you to know that I'm here to work with you, to assist you, because I once was there for a very brief time, and I learned quite a bit at that time. And I just want to say that I will support you in whatever you need going forward. But just to say that I stand here today just really being proud of our women parliamentarians. And I know Minister of Education, I worked with her, and it was a pleasure to work with her. And also our former Speaker of the House, Honorable Edna Moyle, rest in peace, but she's also my cousin. And a lot of people, you know, always refer to me as resembling Miss Edna. And I'm just so proud today to be a part of this Parliament and to say that I just want to congratulate you again. Okay? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Easton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of my constituents tonight from East End, I rise to offer my congratulations to you on your elevation to this role of Speaker of this Honorable Parliament. We met approximately 4 years ago, and we journeyed together on the road to being elected to this Parliament. It was not easy because we know that we were up against more experienced parliamentarians than ourselves, but we did it. And with that same commitment of working with you, Madam Speaker, I also commit that I will continue working with you, and I will commit also to help in any way I can. I'm proud of you, Madam Speaker, very proud of you. And I wish you God grace and mercies as you perform and lead this honorable Parliament. I also want to take this time and congratulate the new Deputy Speaker, the member from Bordentown East, in his role to this position. I know that you'll both do the position well, and I just want to wish you both God's blessing. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for West Bay South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, I think I know the appointment the member for Georgetown North was referring to. I just wanted to say that on first hearing of your appointment, it was, as you alluded to in your statement, bittersweet for me personally, because I will sincerely miss you as a co-pilot parliamentary secretary in the area of financial services and commerce. You have been an extraordinary support. You know full well that there is a very strong civil service team in the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce. But yes, sometimes it's so good to have that person who understands the political nuances and be that co-pilot. So I will miss you in that regard. But having now the feeling of seeing you take the chair, I'm very proud of you. We've known each other for quite some time. In our 20s, the nocturnal activities that those in 20s get up to. And we didn't at that time appreciate until the run up to your dearly departed father's service that we were actually family. And I think it's probably worth stating that he's probably looking upon you today very humbly and very proudly. So I look forward to working with you in this capacity as presiding officer. And I do hope that the member for Town East does get breaks and is able to take the chair. And we also see that bit of balance. So congratulations, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honorable member. The Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, you know, as I watched you walk into the room, your robe and everything else, I said to myself, am I going to get more calls from Kathy or less? Almost just about every single day, Madam Speaker, you would call me for something for one of your constituents. And I think while you may have been the parliamentary secretary for the Ministry of Financial Services and also the Ministry of Education, the work that you also did in the Ministry of Labor was also a big help. And there were many things that you did behind the scenes that I'm sitting back and I'm going to wonder where I'm going to get the help from. Because that's the kind of person who you are, in the sense that you just help. And as much as you called on me, I also called on you many times to help also on different projects within my various ministries. Today, as I looked at your election as the Minister for Finance, and having recently seen the Cayman's rating being reaffirmed by Moody's, they spoke of Cayman's political stability. And despite the political differences that may have happened in this house before, the public got to see right here today that once the vote was taken, all hands were on deck and everyone was fully supportive of you. I think it's important for the public to recognize that despite our political differences, as the deputy leader of the opposition stated, we're all Caymanians. The vote is taken, we have come together, and now we move on. Politics aside. As the Minister for Labor, it really punctuates to me the fact that we send a message today to all our young people that once you work hard, you apply yourself, and you're diligent, you can achieve anything. But the one thing that really hit me the most today, as a father who has a daughter who wants to be a lawyer, seeing you in that seat and the message that it would send to many young people, many young women in particular, it says something about us as a people here in the Cayman Islands. And it is important that we in this house as political leaders never ever forget that we should always make sure that we at all times strive to live our best life and show the best that Cayman has to offer. I also need to pause to pay congratulations to my comrade in struggle, my brother from my neighboring district of Town East, the Honorable Dwayne John Seymour. John brings a lot of passion, and he genuinely cares, like yourself, Madam Speaker, about the people that he represents, not just in the district of Buttontown East, but also across the Cayman Islands. Because I can tell you that there are many people in even my constituents would still go to even John for help, and vice versa. People from his constituent will still come to me for help. But it goes to show that is who we are as Caymanians, and that at the end of the day, regardless of what, we can um, come together. I listened to the warm remarks of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, and it was really moving, it was really touching. And I also want to publicly congratulate the progressives for their 20 years of service to the country. I mean, at this point, they extended an invitation to myself and and others to attend, and I was very happy to attend their concert along with the member from Savannah, and it was a really good concert. Carlene Davis was really, really good. But more importantly, the one thing I want to close on, and I want this to resonate not just to yourself, Madam Speaker, but to every member of this House. Politics by its nature is a contact sport. It's adversarial in nature. And times it can be quite dark. But at the start of every proceedings in this honorable parliament, we start off with a prayer before we even start conducting the business of this House. And if there's one thing I want to leave anyone with and everyone that's listening, it's from Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and those things shall be added unto you. And I think it's important for all of us in Cayman to remember that there are dark times ahead. There are challenges out there for our people. Inflation is not going to go away. We see the challenges that's happening in terms of the oil and everything else. And look at all of the different stuff that's going on around the world. And every morning, part of my routine is to actually read the different newspapers from the Caribbean to Europe to Africa to everywhere, just to see what's going on. And I want to say this, despite our challenges here in Cayman, let us not forget that this is still one of the best places on this planet to live and work. And Madam Speaker, I want to give you the commitment that as a member of this government, that your calls will definitely be answered now, as a Madam Speaker, even more, but that your constituent of West Bay Central, they need to also remember that as far as we're concerned, they're still Caymanians, they're still our people. And like any other constituents, we will make sure that they still get the resources or whatever it is that they need, and that the sacrifice that they have made in terms of putting their representative into a more neutral position will not be forgotten, and that we'll make sure they'll take care of. I can assure you that we'll still be looking at the Blossom Village, so that's not forgotten, and that will stay there. So I want to congratulate you and also my good friend from Buttontown East on their election here today. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. Member for West Bay North.
Madam Speaker, the Goldilocks really can be seen now with that horsehair on top of your head, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I still hope I'm your favorite PE teacher. But today I sit here and I thought about your father. He's proud. So are we. And let us, like we said before, we will continue to work as a team. We've been in West Bay. And just have confidence in yourself. One of your shortcomings is a lot of times you don't believe in yourself like other people do. Madam Speaker, believe in yourself. Anything is possible. You've made a lot of young women out there proud. And I've gotten texts from my family saying, get up and say something, because everyone knows I'm not one that likes to get up and speak. But on behalf of my family, on behalf of West Bay North, congratulations. And I'm sure you'll be doing a good job, and especially with the people you have at hand that can assist you as you go along this new journey. Congratulations and well done.
I thank the honourable member. Now,
sorry, honorable member for Cayman Brack West,
And Little Cayman.
Little Cayman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to join voice with my colleagues of all of the congratulations that have been given to you and the new deputy. Madam Speaker, it's not lost on any of us, the movement toward youth for the leader of the legislative branch. I heard you mention it in your remarks. I thought they were very well done. And I can tell you, sitting here close and watching you deliver the remarks, I can tell this country they were from your heart. Well done. I want to say that I am thrilled to see the strength, because I'm sure as they have done to this point, you have supported her and she's understanding and needing of it. I can tell you that we all recognize what it means to have you here today and the others that have been here with her. You're very fortunate to have a lovely family, and so proud to see them here today and know that they're going to have to be here. And as you give them strength, they will continue to give you strength. I also want to take just a little bit of time and say congratulations to my friend, the Honorable Dwayne Seymour, Baden Town Rep, who works extremely hard, and congratulations on your appointment today. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to make sure that you know that congratulations are in order from not only myself, but from Cayman Brack West and Little Cayman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to also add my congratulations. This is understandably and rightly so a very proud moment for you as you join a rich tradition in becoming Speaker of this House. You quite rightly enumerated those who have gone before, and the honorable member from Georgetown South, as well, having had the pleasure of so serving. We have our esteemed acting deputy governor with us. And as others have mentioned before, Madam Speaker, we recently celebrated the elevation of the Honorable Madam Ramsey Hale to the post of Chief Justice. And so, Madam Speaker, while other countries are wrestling with gender issues and how to recalibrate and recognize women, we can proudly proclaim that we have no such issues in the Cayman Islands. The sky is the limit, really, for our females and purely on merits. And so Madam Speaker, all the best to you during your tenure. I certainly understandably pledge the support of the AG's chambers to the Speaker. We work hand in hand, obviously, and the Constitution contemplates that. We also have the benefit of having a female clerk of Parliament, which is also a very proud addition, if I might say so, to the construct of government. Allow me to also pay tribute to the newly elected Deputy Speaker, a man, as others have mentioned, who is very passionate about things Parliament. And he comes to this new post with all the passion and vision and energy that we are accustomed to. And so I want to wish him well as well, and you, as you both take forward the stewardship of this Parliament, which is in itself relatively new in terms of the designation. But Madam Speaker, this is by any means a very proud moment for this country, this jurisdiction. 22, we sadly lost our beloved Queen. But whilst we still mourn that loss, we have much to be happy about. And so we celebrate the success of yourself and others. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Now call on the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My remarks today will be brief. As you can probably hear, I have not much voice left. I had the privilege of being in PAC yesterday and had to speak a bit longer on that occasion. But I would not miss this chance, Madam Speaker, to add what voice I have left to congratulate you on what is a tremendous day, not only for this Parliament, but for the Cayman Islands. It has been such a pleasure to see your ascent to this chair. I am very familiar with the work that you have done as a former civil servant, the time you have been elected as a parliamentarian, and I have had the privilege of also receiving your calls, the discussions about your being a very ardent advocate for your constituents. I know firsthand, even in the midst of a hurricane, I have been in the NEOC to receive your calls and to ahead of time as you've made such preparations on behalf of your constituents. Your competence is well known, but what I was privileged to experience in that time as well, Madam Speaker, was your compassion. I've had the opportunity of sitting with you on a panel as we were talking about issues of women in leadership, and to hear your humility with which you have discussed your tremendous accomplishments, and to share with such candor the challenges that you have every day. I saw women across that audience really relating to you and being in awe, but also the way that they were able to connect. The impact that you will continue to have across these islands, but in particular for the women of these islands as you take that chair, Madam Speaker, is tremendous. And although I am here as a temporary member, I am so incredibly grateful for this opportunity to witness this day firsthand. So my sincere congratulations on behalf of the entire civil service. We look forward to continuing to work with you. Even as you lead this autonomous parliament, you can count on our continued support. And to the elected member from Town, the Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Sir, I look forward as well to continuing to work with you and to support you. You're also a man of considerable compassion, which really is spelled out in the way that you represent the people and the way that you continue to bring around our deliberations to how this impacts the people. You never let us forget the reason why we exist. We're here to make lives better. And I know, sir, on your watch, that will continue to be our primary focus. So congratulations, Honorable Mr. Seymour. And thank you again, and congratulations, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? I then call on the Honorable Premier to move the motion to adjourn.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm very pleased that members have had the opportunity to express their congratulations, their support. This afternoon, afternoon now. From the time we began, I've heard nothing but truth, honest reflection, solidarity, unity amongst Caymanians. And that's what we're here about, Madam Speaker. We're here to represent our country, represent our people, and to make this country the best country that it can be. So I'm very proud, again, Madam Speaker, to have you in that chair. And it only remains for me, Madam Speaker, to formally move the adjournment of this Honorable House until the agreed date of the 7th of December at 10 a.m. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on the 7th of December. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on the 7th of December.